Bom dia, tudo bem com vocês?
Good morning. How are you doing today? All warmed up with this cold weather in São Paulo today. We'll have a quite welcoming day with warm day with debates. It will be great. I'd like to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. It's a joy for us at WRI to be with you today discussing this agenda, which is so important. I am Karen, Director for Climate, Economy and Finance at WRI, and we are here together to discuss in our second national dialogue on long-term strategies. This vision on the Brazilian perspective, long-term perspective at this such important moment in this new stage in Brazil. This event today, the first dialogue was held in 2025 in Brasilia with a focus on engagement and involvement with the public sector, and back then we were discussing the production of Brazilian sectoral programs for mitigation and adaptation, our national goals, which had to be produced after the NDCs were produced. Also in 2025, we were in a rush related to COP30. We were all certainly involved in it, in some type of project. And now we're in a new moment. We have our sectoral plans, 16 for plans for adaptation, 8 plans for mitigation. Luisa will be telling us we have more than 1,200 actions which were planned to comply with the Brazilian NDCs by 2030. It's a lot, right? And this new context with the discussions on the roadmap for reducing fossil fuels and fighting deforestation with other types of demands and also a time basis. And for this reason, it's so important to be dealing with the LTS, the Brazilian LTS, not looking at 2025, but looking at 2050. It looks at the Brazil that we want to build for the future. And we also had another moment of context with which was the production of the Brazilian 2050 strategy by the federal government. This vision of the country that we want to be in 2050, which also guides these discussions. So today we will have with you a rich discussion on these perspectives and trajectories, long-term challenges for the sectors, different sectors. We'll be speaking about energy transition, industry, forests, food security, and all these topics, and how we need as a country to build our own proposal of a long-term vision, which in the language of the framework convention we call long-term strategy, hence the LTS acronym, which we'll be seeing. And all countries need to present this document to the framework convention. And Brazil has not yet presented its own document, so we need to formally present it too. And this entire discussion takes place with the support and cooperation with the German Cooperation Agency, so I'm thankful for the presence of the German representatives here from the German Embassy. I'm also thankful to our partnership with the Ministry of the Environment, which has been the focal point, our representatives here through the discussion of this project and Brazil's long-term strategy, and also to all of our partners who are here with us today. And I also must include in our small preamble our thankfulness to the incredible people who have organized these events and the national dialogue and who have led this project through WRI. So thank you so much to Miriam, our shy colleagues, Miriam, Lucila, who is also here, Antonio, Martina, Larissa, Maria Eduarda, Emily, and the entire WRI team. We have our forest folks, our executive director, Mirella. This is a project for WRI. It brings a vision, an intersectoral vision covering all the agendas we were working with. So it's in the heart of our work with this comprehensive and team vision that we have. And I'd like now to pass the floor to Maria for some notes. This is a hybrid event. So at the same time, when we are here at this in-person moment, we also count on many connected people. Thank you, Karen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, those who are online. We have more than 500 people who have registered, so we will be ensuring that those who are online are also here. And my first request is that we could move a little bit to the front of so we can be together and for also the pictures that we'll take, the photos. So we kindly ask you please to move forward to the seats that are here in the front. This first row here is available. I know some people are shy. Thank you. Please move forward. We kindly invite you. Or else we'll remove this row. Thank you, Mariana. So, have you replied? Which are your expectations for today? Let's begin by this activity. And I also ask those who are online our expectation in terms of learning, connection, motivation, application, an outlook of how we make things more palpable, synergy, transformation, updating. Somebody spoke about different perspectives. So everything that we see as an expectation is within the scope of what we'll deliver today. The idea is bringing the strategy, the long-term strategy, to the present moment. Some announcements for today, my friends. For those who are in person, on the side of our table you can select your food restrictions, and also we will have some signs with the restrictions of each type of food. The Wi-Fi passwords, you see them in the orange board on the sides. We'll have a room available for those who need to make a phone call. Please feel comfortable to use it. And also the garden outside, okay? Some presentations will be delivered in English online. If you need interpretation, we have this QR code. We'll be speaking about it. And you can have access to your Zoom link and then click on the globe where you be able to select your language. If you don't have a headset, we kindly ask you to listen outside, okay? So next slide, please. Sometimes these controls work, sometimes they don't. So by the end of each session, we'll have a Q&A space, a live space for Q&A. So I ask you please to be as straightforward as possible so we may avoid long speculations and we'll have more nimble Q&A moments. And we'll also have online Q&A. Our team will be selecting the questions that will be sent to you. For those who are watching us through Zoom, please send your questions through the chat box, okay? Because our Q&A is not enabled, so we'll do it through the chat. And for those who are here, you can write down and deliver them to us, and we'll curate the questions, and I'll take the mic to you as well. And we have this QR code, which will take us to 4 links, and we will be using them during the day. The first one is the expectations, which we have just done. Karen will be speaking about the second one. We'll have a question. I'll not speak about it right now, which will be for you to bring your answers over the day regarding leverages and critical factors that are impacting on the LTS. Karen will be speaking about it. This is a methodological feature of our project 2050s now. And we'll be reminding you over the day about this form. The third link It goes to the Zoom for the interpretation, and the final link, which is the event evaluation, the final evaluation in the end of the day. Now, we've covered the expectations, and now I will be able to make this work, and we'll be introducing our team. The one with the whole team. From Aflorar, I am facilitator. Flavia will be facilitating the online space. Rangel, we're having the graphical records. And Andrea is also online as a rapporteur. From the WRI, we count on the presence of... Did you include the team members? Lucila, yes, Lucila, for those who need support regarding the event, she's here to assist you. She's the coordinator of our climate action. Antonio is also working with the Zoom space, and Duda outside. This is our team with you today. The agenda, you have received it. We'll be adapting it according to the real timing. But please note that we have this coffee break at 10:50. Lunch will be served at 1:00 p.m. and we'll be closing at 6 with a marvelous cocktail all the way to 8:00. So please be prepared to this wonderful journey. Thank you, Maria. My thankfulness also on behalf of WR, to the Aflorar, who has been our partner in all these dialogues in Brasilia. You're always a big hit. So let's begin with our opening panel and with this discussion, which is quite encouraging, which is the Brazil of 2050. How are we gonna get there? The goal of carbon neutrality for GHG is a given. How will we getting there? We have to figure it out. So I'd like to begin with our opening panel by inviting Mirella, our executive director, Mirella Sandrini.
Simon Leopold,
the attaché for sustainability and environment from Germany, from the German embassy. Marcio Rojas, general coordinator for science and climate at the Ministry for Science and Technology and Innovation of Brazil, MCTI. And we'll have the online participation. I don't know if you're already online, Aloysio. Miriam will be letting me know here. He will be also with us for this moment, which is so important. He was with us in the first dialogue, but it was impossible to be here because he was called for the Climate Fund meeting in Brasilia. So I'd like to begin by inviting our Executive Director, Mirella Sandrini, for her opening words. Do you have the mic, Mirella? Hi. Can you hear me? Well, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see so many people again here. We're in this journey for these 5 years. We have been covering and guiding and working in the best possible climate agenda for the Brazilian future. Of course, I must say that the second dialogue here, we held the first one in Brasilia, and many of you were there. The second dialogue is perhaps the most important event in this journey of building our long-term strategy for this year. So this is my action request so we can concentrate our efforts and contribute to this dialogue that we'll be holding today. I'd like to thank everyone who's here. I'm really thankful for your representatives from MCTI, MMA, of the government of Germany, and its family of institutions, of international cooperation institutions. Those who are with us, I've seen many people from the scientific and academia communities, civil society, representatives of communities, and those who are online. More than 500 people have registered. It's a great joy for us. Brazil, well, Karen said Brazil has just approved its climate plan, which consolidates an ambitious climate goal looking at 2050, also the Brazilian NDCs. I think that the big slogan of COP in 2025, we're in the moment of implementation. So Beyond having a goal that was set or a common vision or objective, it's time to lay our hands at work and implement things. This is the great moment to make things work beyond only defining goals. Few countries had so many opportunities and chances as Brazil had in the recent 2 or 3 years of having this big leap forward and transition towards an economy and a world with low emissions. We were lucky to hold a COP in 2025, so it was a moment for launching initiatives and agreements and a coherent way which had not seen before. So it's a positive momentum that we have here for all these things. And I call your attention to this transition towards COP31 between October and November, and how much Brazil also has in terms of issues and is maintaining itself as a climate action leader. For those who don't know, WRI is an independent research organization connected to the World Resources Institute based in Washington, D.C. It exists for more than 4 decades. It's physically present in 12 regions, but it covers approximately 90 countries with its activities. It is a powerful presence, especially regarding climate action and the climate agenda, finance agenda, economy, forests, cities, everything that we can bring together so we may have a great path of a transition towards a low-carbon economy. Our activities in Brazil, taking into consideration our context, they cover 5 big priorities. The first of them is to prioritize access and adaptation. Access in the sense of urban accessibility, where we speak about, we say that in a country with such inequalities, we still depend a lot on facilitating access to basic rights, water, transportation, households. Think about more intelligent city arrangements to leverage our presence as a country. One of the most urban countries in the world with the big urban conglomerates with consumption, energy. We can use this intelligently, especially for the adaptation agenda. So it's a special priority to enhance systems. The interpretation apologizes, but the transmission has a few problems.
Muito presentes,
which are quite present. We are also proposing a new development model for the Amazon. It's impossible to speak about Brazil without speaking about the Amazon and about what it means to the world in terms of natural resources. The Amazon enables Brazil to have a competitive advantage in the agenda of decarbonization. So we are also looking at innovative models, sustainable development models which make sense for the region. And finally, we are also strongly focused on the engagement of the private sector to bring the private sector on board and to as a potent solution source, not to treat it isolatedly. We encourage public partnership initiatives. We will need everyone on board. We have all these pillars as well as our long-term agenda. We must have an interdependence among all elements involved. 2050 is now. It's perhaps the project that makes our eyes shine, those who are working with our climate agenda, because it looks to a common vision, a coherent vision looking at the future which is beyond parties and will depend on generations so we can attain 2050 successfully. So we restart dreaming. We stop thinking about our daily crisis and problems, and it takes us, and we start dreaming again about what's possible. We are also a member of the 2050 now consortium. We saw some representatives of the consortium with goals which are common to everyone who are here, supporting countries. That's why we remember the consortium by strengthening, implementing these strategies, and I strengthened the implementation dimension so we can leave this second dialogue with concrete actions, with coherent agendas and alignment. We don't have time to waste or to disperse when we think about the challenges that we have. And 2050 is now here in Brazil. As WRI, we have produced many analytic studies. We have engaged stakeholders to this movement. We have held many analyses on governance and institutional arrangements, a lot of intelligence in this. We disclose data and information through practice communities. We have a lot of WRI activities to produce, generate data, and to create the favorable setting so we can have a more participative construction of these long-term strategies. Our long-term strategy, Karen spoke about it in the opening remarks, but it's a big transformative umbrella for the country. We're looking at climate neutrality by 2050. We have the climate plan, which we reinforce as the central element. We have this long-term strategy as well as a transformative instrument. And I strengthen the coherence aspect. We have 8 sectoral plans within climate plan. We have the NDCs, short, medium, and long term, with this looking to the future with a long-term perspective. We have public policies with private investments, which will be necessary because the market needs to move forward to attain the necessary scale, and different governmental spheres in a coherent way, integrated way, with this shared vision. So my vision is through the perspective of WRI on how much a long-term strategy goes beyond an obligation, a diplomatic commitment. We do have the conditions to bring concrete transformations and the reality to our country in the way that it deserves. As a good Brazilian, as somebody in love with our country, we want our country to be prosperous, inclusive, just. We want to see our nation radiant and happy, especially in this decade when Brazil takes up this relevant role for climate security, food security, and energy transition as well. So it's important for us to understand the Brazilian role within this new geopolitical configuration we're experiencing.
Knowing that a lot of things were made here, I congratulate you all because Brazil has done so much so far. Beyond the climate plan that we've mentioned before, we have many issues, matters, initiatives, and a genuine will of the sectorial area to contribute. So let's not miss this opportunity. I think we never wanted so much, politically speaking, institutionally speaking, our presence, the private sector as well understands that climate agenda is a risk strategy. It's not only a distraction. It's not about just being nice when we're talking about advancing this agenda in a crisis moment. So to perseverate, we need everybody together with coherence. We discussed this a lot this morning in our conversations, right, Marcio? I would like to talk about this view of the future. So this event can be energized, encouraged along the day. And about Brazil, we want for 2050 as a product of the first dialogue. It was really present I was really glad with the first result. We bring Amazon as an engine for the new economy. Due to out of the studies we provided, 8 billion additional billion in the GDP. All the deforestation of the forest is not necessary. We have a country that with clean energy, connecting everybody, the rural community up to the other end, so we can be more competitive as well. It is possible. We're also in a country where the cities are fairer, greener, safer, where the population can breathe clean air and move themselves around. A country where climate justice is a reality, is practical, is part of the way of life of this country. This Brazil is possible. Many things are being implemented. This attention to the implementation is way more than only discussing or dreaming with the agreements. There are many things on the table already. I'm here just to call you to action so we can put our hands to work and make things happen. And my wish here today is for having a productive, generous dialogue, a transformative one. I thank you for your presence here, and I count on you to bring more allies to this coherent conversation, integrated conversation with everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Mirella. I would like to suggest an alteration in the order of the opening presentations. We have Aloysio. He's connecting online. He's remotely. Do you have him on Zoom?
Então vamos seguir aqui na ordem enquanto vocês confirmam com ele.
So let's follow the order as you confirm if he's in. Is he connected?
E de fato, acho que a Mirella traz
In fact, I think Mirella is saying something really important here. We have this inspiration looking to the future, building scenarios, searching for trajectories, but it's not a story that is starting today. And Brazil is a country of superlatives, ambitions, but also big challenges. And there's this story Brazil could, I would say, since this leadership and presidency we took on the G20 in 2024, and after the presidency of COP30, BRICS also, this space of multilateralism, Brazil is projected, and it took on this political capital of being the global leader of emerging countries in the climate agenda, which makes us really proud of that. I'm proud of being Brazilian because of that. But this is something that has been happening for a while, for many years. And in this room and also online, we have a rich group of people who are with us since 2009, building each block of this story. Javan, Ekid, who is here, Carolina is also here. She's going to connect with us, and many of you who are here that build part of what made Brazil this powerhouse, and building this debate, which is such a pertinent one. Within this debate, we are here to talk about, and I would also like to thank you because in this last 15 years that we have this policy for the quantitative goal of reducing emissions and adaptation, and we had all over this time Germany as a partner for investment, technical support for evolving the national capabilities of the federal government, the organizations in Brazil, investment in qualification and institutional strengthening. So let's wait for Aloysio, and I would like you to start with your talk now, and I would like to thank you for all the historical support which goes beyond the 2050 goal, this beautiful trajectory that we have, 16 years of ENT, right? I was joking with Marcia. We didn't have kids when we started with the climate talk in the federal government. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to congratulate Secretary Aloysio, also Mirella, Karen, Marcel. It's such a pleasure to be here for two reasons. First, you mentioned before, the strong and long-term partnership we have with Brazil. Brazil is a strategic partner for Germany since 2008, long-term partner. It's also a focal country for ICI, International Initiative for the Climate, an initiative I represent here in Brazil. On behalf of the embassy, we also have Andrea here, the ICI interface. I know many of you are aware of that. When we ask about ICI, I think Andrea can answer all the questions. We have a big portfolio, 43 active projects in Brazil. One of them is 2050 is now. And I'm so happy to have this project as a platform for this really important dialogue here. And the second reason I'm glad to be here, to be part of this dialogue today, is because it gives us an opportunity to talk about an important subject, which is visibility for the climate agenda. It seems like a technical issue, but I always mention that because we are in unpredictable times, fast times. Transitions are changing at any point, especially this year or last year. Every time we get our phones, look to the news, the world has changed. The conditions changed again. And it's really hard to govern, to make investments in this unpredictable world. There's a social cost for that, but also economic cost as well, this unpredictability. And the reality is that nature does not work like that. Nature works in longer cycles. We have climate changes. We have the way the biomes work is everything in long term. And the way we live, we govern and make investments needs to reflect this reality as well. And here is where we need to talk about the long-term strategies role regarding climate. Because to be sure on what the next decades will bring to us is really important for everybody. Of course, this trajectory needs to be science-based. I'm really glad that Marcia is here also this morning. We said that this key person in this scientific climatic agenda is him. It's not the first time I'm hearing that. I hear this a lot in Brasilia as well. And I'm so glad we are sharing this table today. And this predictability also helps the private sector, the investment, and also through communication, that what we are doing here today, it also gives us reliability regarding the society. Many times, when things seem unsafe or unpredictable, it's really important to have these dialogues or these moments like this one today. This is not an easy path. It's not an automatic one. We need dialogues. We need changes, transformations, and they are complex. Sometimes there is resistance here in the society, but it's vital for us to have these dialogues. Also, back in Germany, this is a key for climate transformation. Obviously, today's dialogue is about Brazil, but I would like you to know that you have a partner on Germany, a predictable and reliable one, okay? And the doors of the embassy are always open for you all. I wish you all a good dialogue today, and I would like to thank you all and congratulations, WRI, for the performance for hosting this event. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Timon. Que bom.
Thank you, Timon. That's good. I think we have Aloysio online now. Thank you for being here. You escaped from the cold of São Paulo, right, Aloysio? Yes, they contribute a lot. So now the order has changed. Now we start with Aloysio. But first of all, I would like to thank you for being here with us today. I know you have a difficult agenda today, but Aloysio is one of these persons that are with us since the beginning, since 2009, building each block that help us to structure the agenda we have today. And now he's answered as the National Secretary of Climate. We're so proud of him for that. Now the floor is yours.
Muito obrigado, Karen. Vocês me escutam
Thank
bem?
you, Karen. Can you hear me well?
Sim.
Yes.
Obrigado. Bom dia a todas.
Thank you.
E todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Em função das agendas, não consegui.
I'm sorry I was not able to be present with you all there in São Paulo, but it's really important to move forward with this initiative, this second dialogue. I would really like to thank Karen and WAR team for this event. It's really important to know about the ICI's continuous support and role in Brazil. They have supported us in Brazil for structuring our climate agenda in Brazil. Tino, Mirella, I would like to greet you all. I hope I'm looking forward also for hearing from Marcio. And I would like to thank you all for the partnership along this path. I would like to highlight something. I think 2 or 3 elements on this challenge. Starting from what Tino said about the uncertainty environment we are in the international context. This context is really unpredictable now. We have many conflicts that's been growing all over, and they place challenges for global climate governance. We need concentration, coordination, actuation. We are in a challenging moment right now, but at the same time, we have many spaces for dialogue. Recently, we had the meetings, the Santa Marta dialogue. Also, many times we can see the agents are still committed, whether they are countries, audiences, but also the public sector, many entities, organizations, civil society initiatives, corporate sector. They are moving forward with their agendas in a consistent way, which make us to rely on them and believe that we can and should follow in our path, the path we are taking internally. We have agreed internally. Mirella said it was a huge international effort having this climate plan that would concretely address our commitments, whether the mitigation goal or the understanding of our vulnerabilities context, establishing a wide and comprehensive agenda, but also a pragmatic one of adaptation. But it's really important to know that internally we are under a process. We will have the elections right now, they will come, and we really need to look and understand where we are right now, and we need to advance on our platforms, dialogue platforms, which will build the bridge or the path for continuity so we can assure the serenity of the initiative and then look to long-term look to how Brazil will be like in 2050. How do we see ourselves as a country that will be neutral in the greenhouse effect, that will be more resilient in the climate change, a country that will advance on facing the inequalities which are in the roots of climate vulnerabilities, along with the socio-economic ones as well. A country that will be advanced in inclusion, opening of opportunities, improving the income. We have the improvements in long term, and these are vital so we can build the foundation for this continuity. I think the many sectors, us, the federal government, also the cities and municipalities, the private sector, the academia, the set of high-level institutions we have here for research and knowledge generation, the civil society that is really structured, articulated, proposing all the agenda incidents, direct incidents in the policies that we, all of us together, can identify the areas of absolute convergence, the ones that Brazil cannot leave behind in this perspective of being a country that is always actively building a path for this future we want, but which is also a necessary future. For example, advancing on a common view on how can we see the use of land in Brazil, the management of this big collection of forests, native forests we have, our agriculture activities in medium and long term, and also the management of the water resources that will be under growing pressure due to the climate change and socioeconomic development. How will we do the diversity management that only now is getting a management framework with the potential look of bioeconomy that obviously is being used, which is based on the economic activity, but only now we are starting to see and concretize this enormous potential.
The vision of the energy system, which is connecting us to this discussion, which is not easy, and how we see Brazil with the trajectory our trajectory away from fossil fuels, as President Lula launched it in the COP30, and how we do it internally. So how do we overcome our infrastructural challenges, for instance, in the transmission and our potential of renewable electric energy, and how we solve the infrastructural impasses? How do we enable the arrival of new technologies, their deployment for the energy matrix of the future, and our regulations, how it unlocks or makes possible the advancement of the necessary conditions to enable this energy system in the future for the country, which will be a neutral GHG country and competitive country, and how we think about the cities and the challenges that we have nowadays of reducing the enormous vulnerability found in the urban areas and the heat waves, and this ambitious goal that we have for the urban vegetation, how we see mobility, how do we build it for the future, electrified or articulated with integrated to a vision of biofuels and so on, and the entire infrastructure. So we need to have spaces to build and consolidate these visions for Brazil, the Brazil that we want to be in 2050, and the pathways to attain this, and that this vision may be built and shared so we may have it as a reference over time and over the political cycles for all governments. So hence the importance of this initiative. 2050 is now in these dialogue spaces. And once again, I'm truly thankful to Karen and Miriam and all partners participating in these dialogues. Do count on us so we will be able to integrate things, mainstream things, and transform these things into guiding instruments in this new framework of governance and climate policy that we are building in the present. Wishing a great dialogue to everyone. Thank you.
Obrigada, Luísio.
Thank you, Aloysio. I'd now like to invite Marcio to be telling us about the vision of science. Marcio has the super importance of this position of connecting science, translating into maps, data, and structuring it for the federal government and dialoguing with the society. It is a great joy to have you here, Marcio. Good morning. I am the one who's thankful for this opportunity despite my shyness. And despite the fact that I'm shy, I'd like to say that I'm glad to be here and I feel at home actually at this moment. We are participating together with WRI, and it's a super important partner of our ministry. For many years we have worked with WRI. We advanced in the Adapted Brazil platform and Sirene, Synapse, and was formally launched with the WRI and an institution from California as well. So it's great to be here contributing to this event. It's also a pleasure to meet Timon and our GIZ colleagues who have worked a lot with WRI. It was through this agreement that we held Sirene Organizacionais Adapta Brasil as well, also counted on the support of German institutions. And GIZ, the government of Germany, has been a great partner. Actually, you have extrapolated it. Not only GIZ, we have other partners in the observatory and our Max Planck Institute and so on. So we're really thankful to be here with you guys. It's a pleasure to find you here, to meet you here. And I also want to mention our colleague, Aloysio, who is here remotely from Brasilia with us. It's a pleasure to be supporting the Ministry of the Environment. It has been a concrete and immense project to be supporting the Ministry of Environment in this effort that they have been undertaking, a Herculean effort to coordinate the climate plan and many other initiatives. It's a joy to be participating in this panel. Finally, our Rede Clima colleagues, our academia colleagues, Gilvan Sampaio, who is here with us today by the INPE, Institute of Space, working with the interfaces between science and public policies. We're not really in a comfortable situation. When we're with the academia, they look at us more like us as public policy. And when we are in the esplanade of the ministries, people look at us as if we were scientists. So in this journey, we have met important partners on both sides. And Karen is also a member of the Clima Network, right? So I feel at home. And as regards these remarks, I like to mention the first paragraph produced by our WRI colleagues to cover this event specifically. In the general context, it presents us the following paragraph. Brazil is experiencing a decisive moment in its climate agenda. The approval of the climate plan and neutrality goal by 2050 are a transition to implementation. And I'd like to highlight an alignment not only from the domestic standpoint but also internationally. Domestically, we're experiencing this transition towards implementation, and the National Mitigation Strategy, the 8 sectoral plans, the National Adaptation Strategy with its 16 plans, and the cross-sectional strategies. It's a gigantic effort to bring the climate plan into implementation. Also internationally, we are observing this transition. In terms of negotiations, moving to implementation. In Baku, in COP29, we, in a certain way, exhausted our capacity of international consensus, or at least the big international consensuses have been reached. And our ability to continue discussing the big issues is rather limited now. And in 2025 in Belém, we inaugurated the implementation stage, so to speak. So internationally, we're also moving from the negotiations and planning towards implementing what has been negotiated and planned already. And the WRI continues in its paragraph. I'll take a step back. The approval of the climate plan and neutrality by 2050 are the transition into implementation, the application of commitments and concrete trajectories of economic and social transformation. And I highlight that these commitments in concrete transformations does not take place automatically. And the contribution I'd like to bring to our panel discussion is the importance of transparency in this context. Because transparency is what will make promises, desires, and agreements to become action, de facto action, and verifiable trajectories, so we may effectively make headway. And it connects the vision, the concrete policies, and the concrete reality. Transparency has four fundamental points, and I'll present them as quick contributions to our agenda, nationally and internationally. First of all, in the support of evidence-based policies, robust data will enable us to see the emissions, the policies that work, which are not delivering what they had promised. So this first aspect of supporting policies based on evidence is fundamental, is essential. The second point, monitoring and adjusting the trajectory over time. If we're planning in the long run, 2050, it's natural that along the journey we will need at certain moments to stop, to reassess, readjust our route, so we may continue in the expectation of attaining the goal that has been established. Transparency produces trust between the stakeholders. That's not a trivial thing, and the society as a whole needs to be able to follow up to see if we are advancing towards neutrality. States and municipalities need to see their actions and be engaged. The companies need to have clarity on the long-term signals to adjust their investment and innovation efforts. It's a delicate context, and trust is really relevant in this scenario. And finally, transparency can produce external credibility to Brazil. Nowadays, we see a context where we're discussing the sustainable taxonomy, and regarding Europe specifically, carbon frontier and justice and rules for green financing, and credibility includes evidence beyond discourses and agreements defined by the countries. In this regard, we have advanced at MCTI with open data, robust system, clear governance on climate transparency. We began by understanding that without transparency, we only have promises, and with transparency, goals become verifiable trajectories. So back then, when we didn't have the children, as Karen said, and Karen has her children, I have my children, just to make things clear, just for the sake of transparency, okay, and to avoid misunderstandings. But MCTI has been investing in robust systems and thinking about what we can call a national climate transparency system nowadays. We began with Sereni, with the national registration, and then we came with the organizational database, and we want to cover the different types of emissions, nationally, subnationally, by company, and there is a decree establishing Sereni. And over time, Sirene included other types of information, not only on emission. Now we are also covering land use in the states and funding options and the electronic guides for financing. Our colleagues are here, and thank you so much for your partners. And many other types of information in terms of mitigation. under the in the Sirene platform. We had Adapta Brazil. It was launched. Nowadays, we covers climate risks for some strategic sectors, water safety, food security, biodiversity, energy, and many other sectors represented at Adapta Brazil. And the expectation is that we continue advancing. And the third system which we have, which is the Synapse, the simulator of emissions and policies, and the idea is to assess the impact of national policies in mitigation. So you select a policy and you define the intensity of this policy, the chronogram of its implementation, and we can anticipate the reduced emissions resulting from that specific policy. This has been done using many opportunities, possible opportunities, and during COP30, we disclosed our initiative called Adapta Clima Plus, and the idea is that we revisit the existing platforms, Sirene, Adapta Brazil, and Synapse, and we promote enhancements in these platforms. To give you an example, Synapse is now working with national mitigation policies. The expectation is that over time, it will be able to work also with subnational mitigation policies, adaptation policies as well, nationally and subnationally, which is a considerable challenge, but we do have time and do have good partners, as you know. So we're confident, and Adapta Brazil, regarding Adapta Brazil, we'll continue working with climate risks, bringing new strategic sectors, coastal zones, and it will be published shortly. We will present the information again to facilitate the use by subnational managers. Nowadays, you access the strategic sectors and visualize the climate impacts for all municipalities in Brazil. We will invert the logic of presentation. We'll be able to select a municipality and based on it, access the climate risk information for that municipality, as well as observe climate change for future scenarios. The scenarios were recently updated by Giovanni and his team. We also want to have adaptation options and many other enhancements to Sirene, Adapta Brazil, and Synapse under this larger project, which we call Data Clima. Two new elements will be created, new components. One of them for following up on the NDC, the other one on implementation means. So we'll be working with financing, capacity building, technical assistance, technological transfer. Am I out of time? Okay. That was subtle, but I realized it. I noticed. We're advancing in these new two modules, NDC and means of implementation, and beyond that, beyond bringing enhancement and creating new platforms and enabling other uses such as the monitoring of the climate plan itself, which we intend to support with our colleagues of the Ministry of the Environment. But beyond that, beyond these enhancements and platforms, we will be redoing what has been done already, to use a word, to refactor everything that has been done, and we will think about a new architecture for this information. So we'll be working with a single truth and integrity, data governance. This will be essential, so we may invest in the next step, which is interoperability of information. And once interoperability is built, we'll be able to apply safely and reliably, with less uncertainty, the artificial intelligence tools that we want to. We're really reliable that we're trusting that this step will be as important as the previous platforms were for Brazil, and reliability comes again from the collaboration which we have with many important and relevant institutions which are as committed to the climate agenda as we are. So I close by saying that beyond what we're saying, I'm thankful for the steps that have been taken, not only by the MCTI, but also together with WRI and the government of Germany and our Clima Network colleagues and the Ministry of the Environment and many partners that we have. I won't mention them all because I wouldn't be able to finish the list by the end of today. I am available to continue discussing with you. Thank you. Thank you. This panel is really an inspiration for us. I think we're really well prepared and warmed up. I'm already taking my coat off. So I'd like to invite the next panel. I'm thankful to all members, and I pass the floor to Maria, our lead facilitator. Thank you. You can stay here, Karen. So, my friends, many thanks for this wonderful panel which brought all the outlines and the inspirational contours for our day. We will be skipping the Q&A session now, considering that we're ahead of time, but also because these were opening presentations. And now we will have our keynote speaker. She will be speaking about the database, a world database, and the call to action in Brazil. And after this session, we will be opening for Q&A, okay? Both for the panel and for the Zoom participants, and which are being recorded by our online team. So, Karen, please remain here with us to interact with our keynote speaker, who is here with us directly from Washington, D.C. Clea Schumer, associate researcher at which will be presenting the State of Climate Action 2025. And if you can please bring her image to the panel. So with you, Clea Schumer.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well, and I hope that the translation is coming through just fine. It's such an honor to be here with you, joining from Washington, D.C. My name is Clea Schumer, and I recently led the author team that produced a report called the State of Climate Action 2025, and it's an honor to be able to share some of the findings from this report with you. And we really hope that they can be useful in framing the important discussions that you have planned for the rest of the day.
Can I just, one thing, I just forgot to tell something here. Para quem precisar de tradução, seja no Zoom, no
For those who need interpretation, you can click on the Zoom icon, and also through the QR code you can have access to the link. If you don't have a headset, you can be in the garden, okay?
Thank you very much.
So we can be together.
Thank you. I can't see the room, but is it okay for me to proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I want to emphasize that the results that I will be sharing today are global in nature. The report at the highest level answers the question, how goes the global battle on climate change and what is the global state of climate action? So this is a report about two things. It's a report card on the whole world's progress toward meeting the Paris Agreement's goal, and then it's a roadmap that outlines exactly what needs to be done across sectors to meet the global goal and how fast. The gaps and the accelerations that we have quantified are the global gaps. They are not specific to any one country, but hopefully they can serve as an inspiration for countries that are taking up the climate leadership mantle like Brazil to continue to justify the strong, ambitious action that you are already taking. And so without further ado, I will just share 10 key findings from this report. And I have some slides I want to make sure. Oh, perfect. If you can just move to the next. Is it possible to just move to the next slide? Perfect. Yeah. So the State of Climate Action 2025 translates the Paris temperature goal into specific targets for 2030, 2035, and 2050 for 45 indicators of real-world climate action across the global power, buildings, industry, transport, forests and land, and food and agriculture sectors. And together, these sectors account for nearly 90% of all global emissions. We also track technological carbon removal and climate finance, which we know are critical pieces of the Paris Agreement puzzle. So this really is a comprehensive report card that looks across the entire global economy. You could go to the next slide, please. So for 45 indicators of real-world climate action, we look at current trends and what we're seeing today, and then we compare those trends to what we know would be needed for a 1.5-degree pathway. This gives us what we call an acceleration factor, which is a quantification of how much faster change needs to happen for every indicator. Every one of our indicators then falls into one of 5 categories, ranging from on track to moving in the wrong direction entirely. And unfortunately, as you'll see here, our high-level finding is stark. None of the 45 indicators that we assess are on track for 2030. 6 are moving in the right direction, but they're improving too slowly, so they would require a 1 to 2 time acceleration to get on track. 29 are in the right direction but lag far behind, oftentimes requiring acceleration more than 10 times. 5 of our indicators are actually moving in the wrong direction entirely, which is particularly worrying, and for 5, data remain insufficient to assess progress. And so there is no doubt that these findings are sobering, but you will also hear as we go through the report that the change that we need to see can happen fast and that we're already seeing proof that this is possible. Private climate finance, for example, is surging. Solar power is breaking records. Innovations like green hydrogen, they are moving from promise to progress. And so our entire report team firmly believes that the question is not whether change can happen, it is whether we can make it happen in time. And this report charts the course forward, and now the world needs to move. So we're grateful to countries like Brazil for putting the processes in place to make this movement. So if you could go to the next slide, please. I'll do a quick whirlwind of 10 of the biggest findings across sectors this year. And the next slide, we'll start with a quick overview of what has changed since the last report that we published in this series, since this is oftentimes a helpful way to really know what the latest and greatest trends are. And the next slide, finding number 1, we'll start with some good news. As I mentioned before, private climate finance rose very sharply in the last 2 years. It was so sharp that it moved from the well off track category in our last report to just off track, needing about 1.8 times acceleration to align with the 1.5-degree target. We know that these funds are supporting zero carbon technologies, nurturing innovation in hard to decarbonize sectors, and especially when blended with public funds, have a pivotal role to play in unlocking this entire transformation. But as you'll see, we do still need to accelerate. Next slide. Nascent innovations saw some of the most meaningful one-year gains across our whole report. So it's just 2 examples. Green hydrogen production quadrupled in a single year, and total carbon removal increased by 50% in 1 year and has actually roughly tripled since 2019. So these are really promising examples that demonstrate the possibility for rapid, non-linear growth when the right enabling conditions are put in place. But still, current deployment is far from sufficient, and we know that scale-up of both of these technologies does still need to accelerate quite rapidly. Move to the next slide. Thank you. So electric vehicles were previously the standout success in our last report. Electric vehicle sales were actually the only indicator that was on track in the last report, and unfortunately, this growth pace has just slowed a bit, making the indicator fall from the on-track category to the off-track yellow category this year. It may seem a bit counterintuitive because electric vehicle sales do continue to rise rapidly, more than 1 in 5 new cars sold around the world is now electric, which is incredible. And in China, which is the world's largest car market, that share is 1 in 2. And so it has been absolutely remarkable, but the rate of growth in electric vehicles slightly slowed in the past 2 years compared to years prior. And this is the effect of a few things, rollback of supportive subsidies in some European countries, changes in policy in the United States. And so the takeaway is that sales are still growing, but the pace has slowed. This electric vehicle revolution remains one of the most impressive bright spots for climate action, but even then, it's just not on track given the scale of the challenge. So we'll go to the next slide. Despite the pockets of progress that we are seeing, the State of Climate Action 2025 report really warns that the pace and the scale of action are alarmingly inadequate, and that we are exposing communities and economies and ecosystems to unacceptable risks. And with so much to do, it can be hard to prioritize. So our author team also identified a couple of key findings that we find to be particularly worrying, and areas perhaps for particular prioritization. So we'll go to the next slide, please. In 2024, the world added more solar and wind power generation than ever before. And we know that these technologies have grown exponentially and that they continue to outperform expectations. In fact, we know solar is the fastest growing power source in history, but even breaking records, and this is the part that I find to be a bit wild, even breaking records is not enough. So since 2020, solar and wind power as a share of all electricity generated have grown by about 13% per year. But we actually know that 13% would need to double to to about 29% annual growth to stay on track for the 2030 target. And if it doesn't accelerate now, the path becomes even steeper every single year that we delay, and we would require an even greater annual growth rate to get on track every year that we wait. And so that 29% annual growth number just grows and grows the longer that we don't need it, which really emphasizes the urgency of putting these enabling conditions in place. And again, why we're grateful to countries for doing the work to set this up. If we go to the next slide, please. It's hard to rank the 45 indicators in terms of importance, but one of the most worrying findings from this year's report is that the world has unfortunately barely moved the needle collectively on 2 indicators that are quite clearly among the most consequential when it comes to the climate impact. So sharply reducing deforestation remains an utmost priority. We know that forests store about 870 gigatons of carbon, which is nearly twice what humans have emitted since 1850. So an incredible and remarkable store. And there have been many pledges and many efforts to conserve these irreplaceable ecosystems, but unfortunately the real world action is not yet reflecting these commitments, and we've not yet made a dent in halting global trends. Global efforts to halt deforestation are actually well off track for the 3rd report in a row, and we find that to get on track, the rate of decline would need to the rate of decline would need to increase. Lots of negative words there. Rate of decline would need to increase 9 times faster to get on track. So it is still far off track from where we need to be. And for coal power, which is another one of our most consequential indicators, the largest source of electricity system emissions, we know that the trajectory has declined slightly from 37% share of all electricity generation to 34%, but meeting the Paris Agreement goal means slashing coal's share to just 4% by 2030, which would be equivalent to retiring about 360 coal plants a year, about 1 a day, actually, and of course halting all new projects in the pipeline. We'll go to the next slide, please. Public finance for fossil fuels is one of the 5 indicators that is actually heading in the wrong direction entirely. It reached $1.5 trillion US dollars in 2023. So this is a particularly worrying trend, and here it's quite clear what needs to be done. Governments must redirect these funds toward climate solutions rather than fossil fuels. So the next slide, just to talk briefly about the agriculture sector and our findings there. So we know that agriculture and food production generate half of the world's methane and nitrous oxide emissions. And the good news is that the amount of greenhouse gases emitted per kilocalorie of food produced has actually decreased over time for all major sources, including livestock, fertilizers, and rice cultivation. But progress does still need to accelerate much faster on all fronts. So we know we need a 1.2 times acceleration for fertilizers, a 2.5 times acceleration for livestock, 6 times acceleration for manure and rice. And there's no single fix here, but we know that tailored local solutions like alternate wetting and drying and rice paddies, improved livestock practices, they have shown real results. And so scaling and financing these innovations now is absolutely critical. We'll turn to the next slide, to the global industry sector. And here, just to focus on 2 of our most intensive subsectors, steel and cement. They are the building blocks of our societies, but they are also highly emissions intensive. Steel production accounts for more than 7% of global carbon dioxide emissions on its own, and its emissions intensity has actually risen since 2018. So this is moving in the wrong direction. Solutions do exist. Scrap steel, green hydrogen, electric furnaces, but scale and costs are still limiting. And then for cement, this indicator is improving slowly due to efficiency gains, cleaner fuels, as well as gains in new technologies, some of which I've shown in this panel on the right, CCUS cement plants, calcium clay projects. But for cement, decarbonization progress does need to accelerate 4 times faster to reach the 2030 target for a 1.5-degree future. To the next slide, just to touch on demand and behavior and lifestyle change shifts. So the IPCC, which is the world's foremost climate science body, finds that these shifts in travel and diets and energy could cut emissions significantly by 2050 as compared to current policies. But unfortunately, progress has largely stalled across the lifestyle and demand side changes that we measure. We know that private car travel, for example, is still rising, so moving in the wrong direction. Energy efficiency improvements in buildings have slowed. Food waste reductions remain still pretty limited, and so on this important front, we do still have a long way to go. And then finally, our 10th finding, if you go to the next slide, there are 5 indicators in our report that we don't have comprehensive data to assess progress toward, and these are major blind spots because without these data in hand, we cannot fully understand how the transition is going or how far we still need to go. So this is my call for data transparency for those of you who work in that arena. So just to the next slide. To quickly, and one more please, thanks. To quickly sum it up, across all sectors, delay has been the defining trend. That is not to say that there are not pockets of progress. We know that private climate finance has surged. Relatively nascent technologies like green hydrogen, carbon removal, they saw the greatest one-year improvements relative to our other indicators, and those are really promising areas. And more mature technologies like electric cars, solar, and wind, they've also achieved remarkable gains. And we know that with the right support, they're capable of even greater acceleration. But these bright spots are just not quite yet adding up. Phasing out coal, halting deforestation, ending public finance for fossil fuels, these are among the most important actions that we can take to combat the climate crisis. And unfortunately, we've not yet moved the needle on many of them, and some are worsening entirely. And so we certainly cannot sugarcoat it. We know that the challenge ahead is immense and the scale of change required is unprecedented, but many of the solutions already exist. Many are already breaking records, and so we know what to do. We just have to act with the urgency that this moment demands, and we're grateful to Brazil for taking up the mantle today at this session. Look forward to following the outcomes of this critically important gathering, and every piece of this contributes to moving the needle on the global indicators that we're assessing. And so really, really grateful, and thank you for having me and making the time. Wish I could be there in person, but obrigada. Thank you.
Thank you, Clea. Thank you so much. I'll take some questions. Podemos? Ok. Esse relatório que
So this report that was presented by Clea is one of the reports published by WRI regularly, which is the State of Climate Action, which we nickname as SOCA. And SOCA shows us regularly this monitor about this data. It is a global analysis, a relevant one, and what we will do over the day with you today is to tropicalize and bring these discussions. And it is a really interesting methodology to think about scenarios and future trajectories, which is to understand in which sectors and where we are going in the wrong direction, or which are those for which we are going in the right direction, but the speed is still insufficient. And this is what's happening in many cases. And what brings us to the state of alert is that globally we have a concerning discussion on deforestation, and it needs to be 9 times faster, the level of fight against deforestation. Brazil has had some good stories to tell, but also its erratic history of this type of strategy and combat. And the question that I ask for the rest of the day to you is, how can we move these or steer these accelerators to implement things towards the 2050, considering the size of the transformation, which is not a simple thing at all? We were not able to do things so far to implement these large-scale transformations. So this is the big conclusion that we reach nowadays. All the success that we have recorded is on an incremental basis, but a neutral 2050 requires a truly transformational action. And how we will do this, which is the reality at the level of Brazil. But I'll leave this question to you, and we will consider the global level of the report, and let's consider now the results that were presented and this agenda in general. I have a question by Flavio online from International Rivers and the Coalition for Rivers, which dialogues with your words, Karen. The UN defends a reduction of 42% in annual emissions of GHG by 2030 and 57% by 2035. Emissions need to fall by 9% per year to limit the temperature increase by 1.5 degrees. Is this feasible at all? This is our $1 million question. I'll ask Clea to answer this question.
I can take a pass. I think I wish I had another slide here to show, but something we've done in the report is also look backwards to 10 years ago now, more than 10 years ago when the Paris Agreement was signed, and look at how much transformation truly has occurred. I think this report that we produced, the finding can be a bit stark and a bit sobering, and it's important to pair the forward-looking recognition that we are not yet on track with similar backwards-looking recognition that we have come an incredibly far way. I don't have the slide up, but just a few stats. So in 2015, when the Paris Agreement was signed, electric vehicles accounted for less than 1% of light-duty vehicle sales, and by this most recent year, that share was almost 25%, which is remarkable. In 2015, I don't think I'd ever even seen an electric vehicle, and now there's one on every street corner in Washington, D.C., where I live. Same with solar and wind. It's more than tripled since 2015, and as I said before, solar is the fastest growing power source in history. The technologies I mentioned, green hydrogen, direct air capture, they were barely pilots and ideas when the Paris Agreement was signed, and now they're being deployed around the world. And so I think this retrospective underscores that what at that time seemed impossible is now a reality. So we don't have a ton of time left, but we can use that time to propel forward change that none of us today can even properly imagine. And so I like to believe it is possible, but the challenge is great, and I leave it all in your trusting hands.
Interpretation apologizes, but the transmission sound was cut. It's back.
SESN, an international nonprofit based in New York, Paris, and Kuala Lumpur. And we co-lead the SABLE Consortium, Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy. It's a global modeling network, so your dashboard and the insights that you present are incredibly relevant for our work. And my question is, I saw that you do not have results for land on the website, and you say that you will share, but do you have any estimates on when would that be? And are you using these results to inform UNFCCC or CBD processes and conversations, especially on equity? Thanks.
I apologize, the audio cut out in the beginning, but just to confirm, is that question for me?
Yes, Julia, please.
Okay, perfect. I believe I heard the question. Thanks for your interest. We really appreciate it. And just to say, the State of Climate Action 2025 report pulls 45 indicators that are perhaps most relevant for climate mitigation, so deforestation, reforestation, peatland degradation, mangrove loss, mangrove restoration, peatland restoration. But we have a broader online data platform that has hundreds and hundreds of indicators, so many more. And we're actually launching a few of our final systems this summer, likely July, August, September, which will cover forests and land systems, freshwater system, oceans. So we have hundreds more indicators coming for those very, very soon. And you had a question about the way in which these targets inform UNFCCC processes. So we've fed these 1.5-degree aligned targets into global stocktake processes, and we'll look to do that for the next global stocktake as well. And then for us, it's really important to connect directly with countries like Brazil in this case and share these results and share what the modeling is aligned with to inform the national discussions that you all are having and hopefully demonstrate the pace at the global scale that's needed to, again, inspire and inform the country level contribution. So yes, appreciate the question. Thank you.
Obrigada, Clia. Eu vou pedir
Thank you, Clia. I will kindly ask Flavia to ask the question that she has her question.
Clia, for you too, one question in English and also in Portuguese. You have mentioned data on food waste is needed. What about food loss? Então, a Clia mencionou dados e...
So, Clia mentioned data.
Thank you.
You are okay to enter, Clea, please.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just coming in a little bit spotty. Yeah, we have food loss data in the report. This is one of the indicators that's actually moving in the wrong direction entirely. I mentioned there were 5. So the share of food production loss has increased over time, unfortunately, and we know that it needs to reverse course entirely to get on track, and we do have 1.5 degree aligned targets. It needs to reach a 6.5% share by 2030 to be aligned, and we're at about 13% share most recently. So unfortunately, a big decline is needed on that one, and more effort globally.
Eu convidar vocês agora, então, para...
I will now invite you so we may begin this engagement, this debate, thinking about the Brazilian case. While we will have our coffee break outside, please let's dialogue among ourselves. In the case of Brazil, where we need to change course in this great country, so it will not be a Titanic, where we will be able to make it right. How can we accelerate implementation in the things that have gone right? So I do invite you to this reflection during our coffee break, and we will be soon back for our next panel covering the Brazilian data. Okay?
Thank you. So, we had an opening that provided us a panorama on where we are and where we need to go and the speed we need to walk. And the first panel now will bring this view from the plan to action, LTS role to coordinate climate, economy, and public policies. I told you before about the methodological cross-section that we would have along the day here. Questions that, for the ones that were in the theoretical communities, we've been working on these questions on the view of funding, adaptation, and we'd like to invite you to give contributions. 2 questions. Which are the necessary leverages so we can have a decarbonization of Brazil up to 2050 and the critical uncertainties? So these are information we want to invite you to bring to us along the day. So each panel will put a different lens on it so we can look from this input, what are the critical uncertainties, the necessary leverages, because this will be part of this long-term construction we're doing with 2050 is now. To access the questions, you get the QR code, the second link from the QR code. A form is where you can make the questions. You can talk about, they told me to stop walking around here. I'm sorry. So you can talk about the leverages, the critical uncertainties. Then we'll generate a material that will be delivered to you as well. This panel will be a hybrid one because we have Miriam Garcia here, the Senior Director of Climate Action from WERI. She's the mediator, but the panelists are online. So this is a real hybrid format. We have Marta Torres, Director of the Climate Program of the WERI, and Stella Hirschman, Export and Climate Policies of the Climate Observatory. So the ones that need translation, the panel will be made through Zoom, and the ones here on site, you can make the questions, we'll route to them, and if you're on Zoom, you can put a question in the chat. And when we're making the questions here, I ask you to look to this camera here so the ones online can have this feeling of being looking straight to you, okay? So Miriam, thank you so much. I'll give you this mic. The floor is yours. Is it working? Right. I will start telling you, I see a lot of people using Planner, But in the end of it, there are blank pages. If you want to write down things, we have some notepads back there. So you will receive also your planner when I found the ones in charge of it. So I would like to start this talk reacting to something that happened. The executive director of the National Agency of Energy, he gave an interview to The Guardian last week talking about the geopolitical energy crisis we are under due to Hormuz passage. And there was a talk. He said, how can world can be caught like that regarding this crisis? How can we not understand that 50 kilometers of distance could do this to us? And the ones that are working with climate are not called unnoticed regarding that. If you do research, scientific research, applied research, citizenship science, the activists, the ones engaged, the ones working with public policies, all of us that are here working with the climate, nothing of that is a surprise. And Cleo was really positive in her talk, but we know things can go wrong as well. So, thing you're caught on notice regarding climate change is something that we do often. And we say it is unacceptable because there are many instruments today that help us to translate what is unacceptable and showing the right way to follow. We have the LTF, and we have something new out of the COP30, which is the roadmap. I'm here with Marta Torres and Stella. It would be great to debate with them. Marta will speak in English, Stella in Portuguese, and we have this more conversational style here, two amazing women experts, so we can understand how LPS and roadmaps can help us to prevent this excuse that we are caught unnoticed, which we were caught in the middle of the way. Marta, can you tell us about the LTS and what they are?
Thank you, Miriam. Muito obrigada. Bom dia a todos. Can you hear me?
Sim.
Perfect. Thanks, Miriam, for the question, and first, really to thank you, Karen, the whole WRI team, and for the invite and really your leadership in this project and beyond, in many of the projects that we are together. So, as you said, I'm based at IDRI. IDRI is a non-profit international think tank based in Paris, focused on sustainable development and international relations. And today, to respond to that question, what I wanted to first explain to the audience is that, as IDRI, we've been close to the development of the Paris Agreement, but the insights that we'll give today is not just as a knowledge partner on let's say that concept and how it was born within the Paris Agreement, but more importantly as a practitioner of these long-term planning exercises and processes that we've been conducting for many years. So it's this network that brings those lessons, not just us. A network of national experts across more than 20 countries, and here for Brazil, I do have to say we've had the privilege also to work with the colleagues at COPE at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro for more than a decade, and the Emilio Larovre leadership. So also using the opportunity to thank him for all the joint hard work until now, and the learnings. So, but back to your question and to the point. I think it's easier to say what the long-term strategies are not to start with, and they are not, or they should not be, just one more a strategy or set of scenarios, nor an obligation to these international diplomatic processes. They are a critical instrument for the domestic planning, and many of the previous speakers already develop how, and also a critical instrument for the international negotiations and the cooperation that we need to achieve the climate goals. So at the domestic level, I think that we have seen the benefits that these processes can deliver in terms of being better prepared to anticipate, right, to be more resilient, to be able to align investments, to et cetera, many things that we will be discussing over the discussion. But also to say that it has not always all the benefits have been materialized. But what we have now is for more than 10 years now of, like experience, including from Brazil, from where many of the best practices have emerged, a lot of experience to really make use of these tools as appropriate, as effectively as necessary. So the origin, we said, Miriam, was at the international level. There was this clause within the Paris Agreement that invites countries, so it's a voluntary clause, invites countries to basically develop these strategies, invites them to explore, to crystallize what the long-term visions are, and be able to bring that national vision that kind of responds to that bottom-up architecture of the Paris Agreement. It's maybe different from the national determined contributions, no, the NDCs. They are not conceived to keep countries accountable. That's why it's not like a mandatory instrument. And it's really for that, because we need it to provide tools for countries to engage, to explore, and to be able to define in a nationally determined manner what it means for them to be prosperous, resilient, and fully decarbonized. So just to say that if it's only this, if the tool would be only this, like why countries are not using it more, etc., I think that's where we need to bring all those experiences on what has worked, what has not. But why we keep needing them also internationally, why do we say it's also a critical instrument for the international negotiations, despite all these domestic benefits, is because we have a global climate goal, this 1.5 target. And this global goal we cannot translate it into national goals. For example, in a burden sharing approach that we call, that was basically saying from a top down, okay, that's what everyone should do, or try to find a formula that defines how much everyone should do. But really, the 1.5, what it says is that we need to get all the global, all the emissions need to get to zero. And that means that all the countries need to get to zero. And of course, with very different starting points, with very different speeds, with probably very different paths, but we all have to get there. That's the only common. And then, and what we cannot say is, once we have the NDCs and when we see what every country is bringing, to advancing those climate goals, we cannot say whether NDCs are compatible to 1.5. We cannot. We cannot say it if we don't have the longest vision of the countries. An NDC is only compatible to this 1.5 as long as it makes sure that brings that country with its specific circumstances to a path to get to zero, because that's the end goal and that's what will make sure we get to the 1.5. So internationally, we need to understand these long-term visions to be able to see what in the short term, whether we are really on track for that global goal or not. And second, and I leave it here, Vivian, for you, also internationally, we critically need that instrument because it's the only way, and I think Marcio Rojas said it very clearly, so to enhance transparency, because that's what will bring implementation, to send those signals to investors, especially when we see so much noise in the short term on where things are going, and very importantly, to define the cooperation needs that will help countries moving with this transition. And if we don't unpack those cooperation needs, it's very difficult at the international level to have mechanisms that are really effective, really to respond to the needs that we see from the ground.
Muito obrigada, Marta. Bom, como a Marta falou, o IBRI faz
Thank you,
parte
Marta.
do consórcio do 2050.
As Marta said, it is part of the Consortium 2050 and beyond this aspect of domestic policy, so we can advance on the elaboration, implementation of LTS in Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, the focus countries of our consortium. We are working also international level, and we are trying to bring this language to COP decisions as well, showing the importance of LTS in this two-level game, as Marta explained us. And beyond that, the consortium is also bringing a relevant message to countries under development. It's not only the decarbonization of our economies, but as Marta said, prosperity, resilience, and it's making the LTS is even more complex because trade-offs in different decisions, they are coming out. And one of the results we've seen that helps to unlock one sectorial agenda, at least at COP30, was the roadmap, the path for the gradually leaving the high fossil fuels. And for us in our consortium, it was an open conversation how both roadmaps proposed by the COP30 presidency path for fossil fuels and also zero deforestation can be documents which will be complementary to LTS because we see LTS as an umbrella and we need a deeper look to some difficult themes. So I invite Estela, who was in Santa Marta, also following with the Climate Observatory team, the roadmap, and I would like to invite you, Estela, to bring this task roadmap view. Welcome. Thank you, Miriam. I would like to say it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Even though I am remotely only, it would be nice to be there presentially with you all, but I would like to thank WRI for the invitation. I'm replacing a person that is really hard to replace, Sueli Araújo, but I will try. And I'm really happy to share this table with Marta Torres. I admire you so much. I read everything you write. It's great to be here with you. I think the first thing we need to separate here, because there's a confusion, is about the global and the national roadmap. In fact, there is no formulation, there's no call to action, as Marta said, there are for long-term strategies for a roadmap. What we see is the arisal of this process. We are witnessing that. And at COP30, because we don't have that in the Paris Agreement, COP decision, we don't have that in COP30 decision. What we saw at COP30 was an autonomous process that the president of COP, Ambassador André Correa do Lago, took on, and that Brazil would lead on the elaboration of a global roadmap. And we're doing this because there was no possible to have a COP decision on this mention. In parallel, what we also saw, and that's why there is a confusion here, was President Lula in early December, soon after COP30, he was creating a decree so their ministries, I think 3 ministries, Mines and Energy, Environment, and the Treasury, would elaborate in 2 months the guidelines for the national path for energy transition. So there are 2 different things here. One thing is this domestic planning instrument that relates a little bit to what Marta said, and a different thing is the global process. And when I say we are witnessing the arrival of this call, it's because there are no decisions, but there is a movement for this building. We are starting to see countries using these names, talking about that. Also, out of Santa Marta, there was a call. In Santa Marta, we had the first conference for transition away from fossil fuels. It's not a United Nations event. It was an autonomous initiative started by Colombia and Netherlands, but it counted on more than 50 countries. There was the participation of people from the academia, civil society, and these 57 countries in the end of the high-level discussion, they are doing having this call for the roadmap. and they are connected that with NDC. So there is an interesting process to learn from and see how these instruments will be aligned, because all of them are planning investments. They can help on the transparency, as Marta said. It's a learning path here, and we are witnessing all of that. But I would like to talk a little bit about what is happening in Brazil. We have this decree from the President Lula in December, but we are away from the deadline. It's 3 months after the deadline, and the guidelines are not published yet. And what we could hear from one recent report from the current Minister of Environment said these roadmaps should not be out soon because there is no debate happening right now. But this is really complicated because it makes things fragile. We have Minister Haddad and Minister Marina going out of office because they are running for the elections. The Minister of Energy now will be strengthened in this debate. But the non-advance of this subject damages the image of Brazil and President Lula, because we made ourselves available, nationally available, and we put this international initiative for building this global process, and I think this is complicated. And to complicate things even further, I hope I'm not speaking too fast. We had, in the last day of Santa Marta's conference, the Ministry of Mines and Energy announcing the National Plan of Energy Transition, and using the terms of using roadmap as well as the main word, bringing more confusion to all of that. One thing that would be 15 roadmaps, in fact. But this does not fit the subject here, because it was not a process of inter-ministries effort, as Lula has provided in the decree, and it's not presenting a proposal for gradual elimination, phasing out fossil fuels. It follows the energy provisions, in fact, bringing more ambition, not having oil, coal, and gas participation. Also, oil and coal, similar to what we have today. In fact, there's no significant advances in 30 years. Of course, our analysis, we did a preliminary analysis on that. We didn't publish it, we haven't published it yet, but it's not advancing in transition as roadmap should do. It's taken on this language or these terms, and we need to be careful with that. Miriam, I don't know, we could talk about which could be the path for this transition. Please hold on a little bit, Stella. I'll just give the chance to Marta to react to all of that. Marta, if you could explain a little bit, you as a researcher of LCS and having in mind the LCS implementation in different countries, which are the main lessons learned? You can see out of a document presenting a long-term view that will support the implementation of short and medium-term actions, helping to bring clarity to this complexity that Stella presented. Also, she said what we call in Brazil jabuticaba. It's a capacity of creating complexity that is really hard to be translated to international audience.
Thanks. No, I won't bring any clarity, I think, within the Brazilian context, but I think what something that comes across is always first that we had the feeling, or there is a conception that long-term strategies are only there to set long-term goals, and then that there would be different strategies or plans to implement it. Whereas this is, I think, having a goal, it is a critical piece of these long-term strategies. The whole idea is to define the endpoint so that you can understand, going back, what needs to be done today. And if there are strategies that do not allow for understanding, again, what are the implications for the short and medium term, they're not, valid, or would fall under, in that box of of processes that might not be useful because, as Estela might say, not clear on transitioning to where we're going. So the long-term strategy hence has been very important for the short-term decisions, and particularly comes from, I think, three different aspects. One is because if we compare it to other climate plans or sectoral roadmaps that maybe have a more short-term perspective, the long-term strategies allow you to bring the development priorities or other socioeconomic implications because they have a broader view. So you are not discussing only emission reductions and calculating the cost, but what you're doing is creating a national framework to align climate and development goals, which means that then when it's a time to do short-term decisions, you are speaking also to other domestic priorities that come into play for the decision making, and therefore the climate policy can be better aligned and therefore have more chances to be effective and to be implemented and legitimate for the actors. Second, because the process of developing, so the long-term strategy as a final document is one thing, it's an outcome. But what is usually most important is the process of developing. And across all those countries that have been developing, the main benefit that is really named and raised by the actors that have been involved is how much they have strengthened the governance of the country and the capacity to coordinate, to strengthen the institutional setup, the interministerial coordination that Stella was also talking to, and to make sure that there is more inclusion on the stakeholders. Because also what is happening is that once you set up that long-term vision, it's easier for all the sectors, all the actors to anticipate what they have to do. Hence, to make sure that no one is left behind, because it's clear that how everyone gets involved and how this involves everyone, and it's not just about specific reductions within the specific sectors or that have to do with the specific technologies, but much more transformational. So the process that really has helped with the institutions and the coordinations, and that helps implementation in the short term. And third, very much, they have also been very useful on the investment decisions themselves, because especially now in a context also where we have a smaller cooperation funds and budgets and more transactional kind of cooperation arrangements, it's very important to be able to prioritize well the investments that are taking place. And we've seen, for example, that the countries that had, like visible, granular, good long-term strategies that, like go back to understand what it means for the short term and for the investment in the short term, have been able to use in the context of country platforms or other type of mechanisms where you bring all together different investors to see what they want to invest and what really can or not. So the capacity to inform investment decisions, at least prioritization, and be the compass for these investments, very important, and very important also not just set from the country perspective, but also from the finance actors that really need to understand, better the risks on the investments, the informing or the capacity to strengthen the coordination, the institutional setup for the implementation, and third, that development angle that you might not have other more mitigation focus plans.
Obrigada, Marta. Bom, são esses três pontos.
Thank you, Martha. Well, these three aspects are really relevant, but I think you also brought in the beginning of your words, you spoke about this outlook of how we visualize ourselves in 2050 and our pathway to 2050. And I think, Stella, it really meets what you have to say about the Brazilian case, because the Brazilian carbon neutrality goal in 2050 is established in its NDC and it's anchored in the climate plan domestically. And what does this mean when we speak about eliminating and the gradual phasing out of fossil fuels? Thank you, Miriam. I was listening to Martha and I thought about this. We always had an arrival point, but we had a big difficulty in terms of planning things. So, for instance, in 2022, the Climate Observatory, we have a suit where we questioned some previous goals in Brazil, but in this case, particularly to question that we did not have an implementation plan for the goal, and this suit was suspended because the government where we decided developing the climate plan, and now we have the climate plan, which are 16 sectoral adaptation plans and 8 mitigation plans with this view to up to 2035. It's not long-term, but also short and medium-term. So the union is affirming that the suit has lost its object, but we would like to say that we won in the merit aspect because even though we have many caveats to the climate plan, we still ask for its strengthening and enhancement. There are many things there that do not take us to this climate neutrality, Miriam. For instance, it's fully based on fire prevention and control and not on the structural measures that we need related to fossil fuels. And we know how the control of deforestation, despite being essential for Brazil because it's the largest source of our emissions, it's also really fragile. It depends on the government that we have in office. We have this recent experience that showed us about an increase in deforestation as a result of governmental action or omission, and the resumption of control policies and later on, especially in the fields, how this had an effect. But that's a fragile balance. And we speak a lot about how we need these structural changes in terms of industrialization, energy transition. So these are the two things. We need to control deforestation, but we also need to invest on these changes. And we have many documents that we have published in the recent years. WRI is a member of our Climate Observatory Network, and I saw some members in the audience. I recognized some colleagues that are participating in these discussions. But for the previous edition, we developed a study called Brazil 2045, with the idea of how to build an environmental power for Brazil and meet the carbon neutrality before 2050, showing that we are able to do it by 2045. And this document brought more than 100 suggestions and recommendations of public policies, some of them in the extremely short term and others in the longer run. And many things happened. So we're speaking about environmental governance, and many things did not take place. We have worked in recent years to provide further details of these plans. So we have focused on energy. We have a publication in the same line. I don't know if my camera can get it, on the future of energy. We published one about Petrobras, a dedicated issue. Another one about biofuels, how Brazil is so different from so many other countries in the world. And we have a huge potential regarding biofuels. So we have many degraded areas that we can use for that. And a lot of capacity. Of course, many things that we need to be careful about so this can be correctly done. But we do have the potential. So we have this project in the Climate Observatory of seeing Brazil as a carbon neutral country before 2050, but to speak about the issue of energy, we need changes. I will mention some of them, which are really obvious and necessary, but which would be a few of the things that are roadmapped would really steer our efforts towards an energy transition phasing out, not as a continuation of what we have as carbon subsidies by 2040. This is part of our Brazilian policy, so we will need to revise these. We have these things in the country, and we want to insert renewable elements, so we need to revise contracts to insert these elements. But to speak in general, an overview, in general lines, some broad strokes, not open any new oil exploitation frontier, especially in social and environmentally sensible places, as we're witnessing it happening today, and how this must be fully excluded from any energy expansion plan. And we have the studies showing that what Brazil produces today the country is already able to meet its own internal demands if you direct its production to the internal demands, and we wouldn't need new oil wells. This is already documented. How, for instance, how we need to change this standard of production and consumption to be consistent with our climate goals, and natural gas and not being considered a structural solution for transition if it's not used as an emergency or residual use under technical criteria so that we may insert the renewable options and have it as an emergency resource and not in a disseminated way as we have it today. To invest in transmission and distribution, but with the social environmental caveats. And as I mentioned, the offer of the supply of biofuels will be fundamental for Brazil, especially as regards transport, because Brazil is based on the road transportation, and we need to address this. But we have many options. For instance, this document, Brazil 2045, speaks about how the public banks cannot fund fossil fuels anymore, and how we could go about this with this analysis by decreasing, for instance, subsidies, because we also need to face this topic and see how we're going to address this in Brazil. So we have many commitments that we need to sign, and we must, as a country, sign them. But these policies nowadays are not yet clear, not even in this planning that we have already advanced so much under the climate plan. We do have nowadays, obviously, a much better place than we had before, because we didn't have any planning at all. But we need, first of all, the implementation and concrete action regarding these plans. We also need to make headway and be more ambitious. And I think a national roadmap would necessarily need to address these issues. So the climate plan, the Plantid, both of them, they're not the roadmap yet. We need to plan the transition away from fossil fuels if you want to really contribute to Brazil's climate neutrality goals. Thank you, Stella and Marta. I have 1 minute. I think we have an online question for our panel members, so I'll give the opportunity. I have the question here. Can I read it? Stella, the question I think is aimed at you. In the climate plan, so far the Brazilian NDC goals were not yet clear, including the fact that there were no sectoral goals established. The roadmap wouldn't need these sector goals before being produced. Well, the Brazilian goals is not clear in the NDC because it has a range. We have 200 million tons between the most ambitious and the least ambitious goal. And we have pointed this to be a problem since the NDC was issued. And we have asked, how are you going to do a climate plan looking at the most or at the least ambitious options? So this is already an issue for some time. It reflects some of the political difficulties of our current government. I'm not surprised to see that the climate plan has not brought these goals, but surely if we're speaking about a sectoral transition plan, a phasing out plan from fossil fuels, we will need to design this transition with clear-cut goals. This is what I meant when I spoke about the concreteness of our commitments. For instance, regarding carbon, because we have subsidies up to 2040. It's the most elementary example that we could, and I didn't mention it, I believe, but we speak about in our document that carbon should be left in this decade, and only the industrial use would remain until 2035, a residual thing. This is the type of discussion that we need to have, and no longer the discussion of vague goals or something that's not a goal at all. And I have another question, Martha, for you, which is Flavio asks. He says that we were not caught unprevented, and that IPCC is already giving us a warning. What have you seen from the international standpoint showing that we are really making progress?
Thanks, Fabio, for the question. So I think that even if I always claim that the distinction between ambition and implementation is really fake, but I will use it to answer. I think in terms of ambition, using the long-term strategy instrument that we're discussing today, what we have seen is from this global net zero goal that was a nice global vision, but without credibility if countries would not kind of adopt it themselves. So we've seen that the countries that represent more than 80% of all the global emissions now have this goal to get to zero in different times, and I agree with Estela that not all the timeline for reaching carbon neutrality are set in stone or cannot be moved, and they should actually be moved to get to the climate goals that we have. But so from only by having a global goal that is really now anchored in what countries want to do and are committed to do, that was huge. Because with a global vision, as much as with a global roadmap, they are very important, but they only come to life when they are translated into the national action, where the action takes place, but also where we can identify really where the bottlenecks are to really make the changes, also the reforms that are necessary at the international level. In terms of action, there is, I think, more implementation. There is a lot of progress that comes, and I think that in the AR7 now, in the context of IPCC, as you were asking, we will see much more emphasis into analysis of policy effectiveness, the relevance of the mix of policies, what are all the lessons that we are obtaining from actually trying to implement those targets. But also we will see much more information coming in, and not just in the IPCC, but hopefully, for example, in the global stocktake, because there's much more granular understanding of what is needed and what is not needed. No? And as Estela was saying, we understand much better all the options, so we can have much more of a comparative assessment across countries to learn from each other, what options have been tried, what not, what other levers exist. And this, I think, in terms, at least from an academic, perspective, and what we see in terms of all this development of plans, the granularity that we have is now much more. So that gives us the credibility, and the fact not just the granularity that we have in these plans, etc., but also the fact that now climate policy is not really perceived as a emission reduction options, but it's perceived in the planning, and in the debates on economic policy, trade policy, security policy, and whatever you name it, means that we're really getting into the levers of those structural transformations, that we need, as Estela was saying as well. So I do think that we are better equipped, both academically, but also actors understand better where we are and what the bottlenecks are. But really, it's an issue of learning by doing, so that this inaction is what's maybe killing us. And that means being bold, putting the cards on the table on whatever existing roadmaps, putting them at, for discussion with the stakeholders, bringing them at the international forums, because it's only by, showing everyone where we are and where the barriers are that we can have a more focused cooperation and focused
Tá ótimo.
Obrigada. Gente, duas
Great.
perguntinhas.
Thank you. Well, two brief in-person questions to our panel members, please. I'll kindly ask you to be brief, okay? Please begin by introducing yourselves. Thanks. Good morning. I am Fernanda from GFunds. We have followed up on the Baku to Belém roadmap, especially the recommendations on capital mobilization for transition. And my main doubt is how do these roadmaps, both for funding and transitioning away from fossil fuels and deforestation, how do these roadmaps dialogue among themselves in the international landscape? Would you like to begin, Stella, and then maybe Marta would follow? I don't know, maybe Marta has a better view than I, or broader view than mine. I do not have this clarity yet, but I think it's interesting to land this on the NDCs, which is an instrument that we have expected under the Paris Agreement, and to see our roadmaps as tools, as planning tools for the implementation actions. Fossil fuels would, for instance, to help us implement a sector, a decarbonization in an energy sector. The roadmap on forests to help us, for instance, with the task of net zero, which is a commitment which we already have internationally a few times now over. And the roadmap on financing, on funding, I'm speaking about the case of national roadmaps, okay? The one for funding, which is international for financing, provided guidelines to many stakeholders. For instance, for World Banks, for the countries, it provided guidance for taxation for different types of activities. So we have pathways to be followed by all stakeholders involved. They find a function to be developed in there. So it's broader in terms of unlocking many of the barriers that we currently have in the implementation and action. And as Marta said, this implementation is taking place in the countries. The countries are the ones that have to move away from being only on paper. And this is the reason why we see the growth of climate litigants, because it is in the country that we're able to, when something is missing, that we want to bring suits against different stakeholders. And a point that I have reflected on, and maybe Marta can speak more about it, is how these planning instruments can help us in terms of financing. How are we able to identify the stronger needs for funding or for international cooperation in other ways, or technological support and so on? I don't know. I don't have this answers personally. Maybe Marta has it. Marta, please.
No, but certainly you don't have, but I can bring my ideas at least. But I mean, Stella, you've said it. I think, for example, in the example of the national roadmaps on the transition away from fossil fuel, like it is obvious, and in general, all the roadmaps that we're having, how it is really informing diplomatic strategies in terms of understanding where the gaps in enhancing international cooperation, what could be other avenues. You know, there's this big now, thinking going on to address this implementation gap. How can we have more pragmatic, cooperation that helps? And for the TAF, for example, if we look at the whole cooperation landscape, there has been a focus on the supply, right, and how to clean the supply. But I think that those national roadmaps, for example, putting the emphasis that it's not just about energy transitions, but are economic transitions, and those economic transitions require a fiscal space, and this is being brought to the discussions on the reform of NDBs, or even can say from a dialogue we're having this morning between you and China, what could be their role or the strategies to push within NDBs in order to really address the main barriers that are emerging from these national roadmaps. So it is really used. Another example is imagine that in this, for example, tough national roadmaps, becomes clearer what are the evolution of the imports of fossil fuels from the major consuming countries, no, like EU, China, India. Then for countries that are producing and exporting fossil fuels, would be so much easier to understand how this market is shrinking, and therefore to plan better what is the rate, the pace of economic diversification, and what needs to happen. And this information is not it's not easy to find nowadays. So this is the type of transparency that one needs to both enhance the credibility that this is happening, but not just for enhancing the credibility for the sake of enhancing the credibility, but because it's the only way for real investors to know that they are not taking risks, and for countries to know where they really need to push regulation to make sure that the actors being left behind.
Obrigada. Bom, se eu puder dar minha pequena contribuição aqui, fazendo um mix das respostas.
If I can provide a small contribution in a mix of answers here, the roadmap distribute recommendations for many people to do many things, and Marta is bringing this subject of how the roadmap LTS can bring credibility, predictability, which are keywords for the market, and how to translate that in financial flows in the necessary timing, and speeding up and mobilizing everybody to reach 1.3. Everybody that got the recommendations package start to implement them. So Stella and Marta, thank you for your participation here. We'll move forward with the next panel. If you want to keep online with us, we'll talk about sectorial decarbonization. Many things are coming. Thank you, Marta and Stella.
Muito obrigada.
Obrigada, Miriam. Obrigada.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, all of you. It's something to wait a little more for a lunch. And now we are in this path of industry, energy, and transportation, the role of decarbonization sectors in Brazil. It was impressive how all the landscape was open for this next panel. Mauro Padella, Manager of Decarbonization of Industry and Energy of WRI Brazil. We also have the Director of Systemic, Julia Tono.
Patrícia Bozon,
Consultant of the National Confederation of Transportation. And Rosana Santos, Executive Director of IMAIS Institute. For the ones online, please put your questions in the chat, and the ones that are here, we'll pass the mic in the end. Thank you. Good panel for you all.
Escutam? Sim?
Can you hear me?
Bom dia, pessoal.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Boa tarde já, né?
Good afternoon, in fact, right?
Obrigado por estarem aqui.
Thank you for being here. As Maria said, soon we'll have lunch. For the ones that are used to have lunch earlier, I hope you have enjoyed the coffee time here. Rosana, thank you for being here once again. And the goal of this panel is starting to bring the discussion about the LTS to sectors, and having a little bit of the view of the ones who work straight with them, and which are the challenges and opportunities thinking about LTS. In general, I understand we are an inflection point with the climate plan, with all the problems we can see in it. As we saw in the last panel, we have climate neutral goal up to 2050, and we're not debating, at least in the groups that are here, if we need to reduce emissions or not, but how we're going to do that, how we're going to fund that, and how fast can we do that, this decarbonization. Industry, energy, and transportation, they answer for around 1/4 of national emissions, and they are vital for the Brazilian economy decarbonization. The three sectors, they are interconnected, and they are not working in this decarbonization journey individually, in my point of view. So without clean energy, we're not able to work on electrification of a fleet, whether of a fleet or industrial processes. We cannot purify biogas to produce biomethane. We cannot produce electrolysis for oxygen production. And this is all essential for the decarbonization of fleets and industrial sectors. In short term, the agenda is about implementation. We know that climate plan, we talk about it in here. We had 8 sectorial portfolios of mitigation. Still with their failures, we have actions already described for each sector and indications of paths to be taken for the next decade. In parallel to the climate plan, and Rosana, also to you, we've seen many discussions in the electrical sector, also about how can we widen the scaled storage in Brazil. We are waiting, even though with a lot of delays, the auction for energy storage for this year, thinking about flowing our renewable energy and also making possible the creation of new plants without having problems of flowing up to the consumers. Anyway, the pace is not enough. We need more investment. We need to bring security to the investors. And we also need policies that will have help on this journey. Also, the policies we've been working with, like sustainable public purchase, creating solutions for things that exist already in the market but need to be adapted in large scale. In medium term, the challenges are more structural ones. Thinking about the electrical sector is not only about widening the national grid. It's about integrating, in fact, many solutions of storage of energy, making the network more diverse with different management systems, with different sources of energy, with different technologies as well. In the industrial sector, we also need to structure the value of chain, a robust one, so we can have decarbonized inputs, other alternatives for decarbonization, hydrogen, possibility of circularity, and also a penalization of carbon price, what we expect with the regulation of the Brazilian system for the trade of emissions. In long term, we understand, I think everybody agrees, that neutrality is not only an environmental theme as well. It's the possibility for development of the country, developing the economy, socio-economic development, and also increasing competitivity in a global context where we see each time more carbon barriers and also demands by low emission intensity products. This is a challenge. Brazil knows it can lead all of that, but the matter is how can we make it feasible, coordinate all of that in a structured way, funding and political will, so we can bring this to a Brazilian LPF, thinking about the entire potential Brazil has. We have sun available. We are in a tropical country, blessed by God. We have sun, we have wind, we have biomass that can be used for the agricultural sector, or through the restructuring of degraded areas. We have the critical minerals. We're not lacking opportunities, but how can we make it all feasible so we can use the possibilities we have? And to start, I would like to bring a question to you. We organized 10 minutes for each one of you to develop how the LPS and the carbon neutral goal for Brazil up to 2050 can support the implementation of this decarbonization route, both for the industry and in transportation and energy, and which are the technical gaps, the regulatory and financial ones as well, that need to be closed so it will happen. Rosana, I invite you to start with the answers. Oh God. Good afternoon. Thank you, WRI, for the invitation. I'm so happy to come here every time. I'm coming back. I've been for 4 months taking care of family business, and now this is the first event I'm in here that I am participating after my comeback. This is 2 times important to me today. This question you made, we could debate this up to the end of the month because there's no proper answer. We don't have a recipe for all of that. But I will say something that maybe it's going against the flow here. It's not the fact that put a goal that will be dealt with seriousness or that we will have a path for reaching this goal, even though the path is possible when we write it down. But here, today, in the climate community, it's common sense that we have to reduce emissions. It's common sense that the climate events, the extreme ones, are more catastrophic now. They are affecting many more geographies all over the world and people with less capacity of dealing with these events. In this community in here, this is something that moves us. This is our purpose. We are convinced of all of that. The problem is not that moves the economy. It's not the thing that moves the hearts outside of this room. It's not that moves, unfortunately, the decision makers who are more engaged in deciding tomorrow's lunch than thinking how things are going to be 10 years from now. But the problem is how we do all of that. Institute EMAIS that I lead, and I have a personal conviction that our main goal, our main job here is to provide making this roadmap more robust to show that emission reduction actions are more an action for development and economic prosperity. Prosperity in the sense of not only increasing the size of this cake, but distribute this cake correctly, then only the single goal of reducing emissions. But of course, reducing the emissions is really necessary. And why I'm telling you that? I'm an engineer, but I'm being part of a group of economists discussing prosperity and climate. And why the discussion is up right now? Because any roadmap we will bring here will not be implemented if we're not deciding how it will economically be translated to companies, to people in an improvement, in the end of the day, improvement of their financial quality. In the end of the day, it's about that. A company, an industry will not make a decision regarding decarbonization if they don't see a market for the green thing they're going to produce. You'll probably talk about that because probably Julia will say something about that. If they do not see a market for what they are producing, I have no incentive to move myself because it's the cost of inertia. Changing your plant, your productive process to a less carbonized one demand effort, not only financial effort, but technical effort, hiring effort. So you have to leave your comfort zone. And you're not doing that if what is in chapter 2 is not increasing EBITDA, profit, and better market position. It's not going to happen. So our main goal, main job for this roadmap to work is to show, as you said, with everything Brazil has, we are able to position ourselves and open markets, mainly the external ones, providing goods with lower emission. Zero emission is not happening, but with lower emissions, we are able to do that. And this is the market that is buying this kind of thing. It's time more, but now the public policies and the roadmaps need to be turned to this intention. It has to be a clear intention. The government needs to hold a group of companies by the hand, trying to do plurilateral agreements, and within them, you can value the fact that our product has less emissions. You need to have the companies getting some first movers to start this example that this is possible with that you breach the inertia of the Brazilian market, which is a conservative market based on subsidized. So there's a whole set of behaviors we need to have in this public policy and in this idea of implementation of roadmaps, different from what we did so far. And in order to have time to talk more about all of that later, what we can see in Brazil today, electric sector, the diagnosis of the problem is we don't have transmission enough. This is not the single truth here. You know why we have problems in the Brazilian electric sector? Because we have the generation being distributed in excess. It makes sense economically speaking, but we are doing something that does not make sense economically speaking. Subsidies of coal up to 2040. There's no sense economically speaking. Who is doing the math? Brazilian industry and us. If we do not have competitive tariffs, because there's a lot of things added to the tariff not making economic sense, how do we want our industry or our vehicles start to use electricity in a competitive way? There's something that is not making sense in my head. In parallel to the conversation about transmission, we need to talk about rationalizing what we are pushing to people, because we are pushing the distributed generation. It makes sense, technical sense, but we didn't see it was being pushed with subsidized levels. That doesn't make sense, technically speaking. It went to 1 to 50 in 4 years. There's no planning of the electric sector, possible ones that will account for all of that. We are cutting the cheap energy to bring the more expensive one, and everything is renewable. We were able to destroy the concept that renewable is nice. We cannot do that. That's what I mean. I think these roadmaps need to start from diagnoses which are real. Technical diagnosis with the idea that it has to make economic sense, and the idea of economic prosperity and income distribution embedded in our decision making.
Thank you, Rosana. Let's see if we'll bring additional questions, because the electric sector is really interesting. Yeah, that's where I come from. Patricia, I'd like to hear from you as well about these same challenges in the sector of transport. In the transport sector, how do you see it? Rosana spoke about some structural issues. I don't know if you see things in the same way in the transport system. But returning to our question in regard to the climate plan, the neutrality goal, how do you see this as an incentive to the transport system, and which are the barriers so we may continue advancing and accelerating the decarbonization? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank WRI for this opportunity on behalf of the National Confederation of Transport. I say playfully that mentioning Salom Rushdie, everything that is daily sometimes is forgotten. And this is the way it works with transport and water. And I work with both topics. People only remember them when they're lacking. So thank you really a lot. Thanks a lot. I begin in the line of what Rosana said, and what Marcio also said from MCTI about the data and evidence. I begin by inviting you all to learn about our environmental program, which is named Despoluir, which means depolluting. Please access our website, because it has so much data and so much evidence. so you can get to know about the transport sector in Brazil, not only in terms of studies, academic studies from research centers, but also many surveys which were done with those who work with transport, and in situ surveys. And our flagship is vehicular environmental inspections. We encourage the companies to do these inspections. And since their creation in 2007, we have inspected 5 million trucks. So these are figures that we see that are available. And we have studies on all types of fuels, transition, why things work, which impacts for the transport actors or stakeholders, so we can be faced with the reality. So it's essential that those who want to devise public policies to learn about the studies and the stakeholders that we are covering. I will bring a scenario so we may better understand. Logistics and transport is embedded in everything. Nothing flows through osmosis. Everything needs to go somewhere through a transport means. Any economic activity needs transport as a connection, has a connection, whatever it is. So when you decide to undertake a decarbonization process in your economic unit, if you select to work with transport, you will be working with scope 3, which is really complicated, and you'll have an enormous reach in your results because you're going to be encompassing a chain. And in this reality, it is something I'd like to highlight. Transport is not the same as fuel. Least of fuel is transport, and the National Confederation of Transport, in the size, in the same dimension of the National Industry Confederation, does not address fuel issues, but the industry does address it. So the policies that work only with the generation of fuel without taking into consideration those who are using it, it's a piece of fiction. So we need to discuss with the transporters, those who use, those who pump the fuels, those who move through the crazy roads of Brazil, to discuss with them which would be the best options. Otherwise, we wouldn't be effective at all. In this line of reasoning, the CNT has an internal policy inside the Despoluir program for decarbonization issues. It was decided upon by the presidency, the directors, which are really mindful of this aspect, and CNT in the short run, which is our determination, and the plan must be in agreement with it as a result of a reality. The renewal of the fleet. The fleet renewal is the big decarbonization policy for Brazil. Fleet renewal. Road transport plays a key role in Brazilian logistics. It covers 65% of the cargo and 95% of passengers. So everything is related to road or terrestrial transportation. And 56% of our trucks are older than 12 years. I'm speaking about the average, because we have trucks 20-year-old, 30-year-old trucks around us, but the average age 12 years. So we're in the Procon 8. We have trucks even outside the Procon criteria, and it's not social too. There are many parameters involved. Among the autonomous transporters, which we do not work with, which means more than 60% of the trucks are by autonomous or self-employed. The average age of these trucks is 20 years. So to speak about the decarbonization of transportation outside the idea of fleet renewal is a fiction, because you'll be reaching, how many of them will you be reaching? What will you do, right? So in this line of reasoning, it's important to emphasize that the BNDES launched several programs in addition to MOV, which encourage, and we recently saw a high sum that was enabled for fleet renewal. In the short, in the medium term, well, in this case, we can address the issue of fuels and energy transition by skipping the stage of renewing the fleet. So let's address the fuel aspect. And there we have our own preferences. No, we don't. We have facts and data which measure how these fuel options are in our fleet and which are the consequences of these options. Therefore, we have an idea that green diesel works better, and it works better because it can work in cold temperatures and warm temperatures alike. Biomethane is another option that we have because in our chain it also it has a big preference. Electric vehicles for urban mobility it solves. With one caveat, we must expand the available infrastructure, otherwise it becomes expensive, and that's where Rosana speaks. Climate justice, and those that take the bus will pay more. So we have to think about these aspects in the long run. Green fuels. And you'll ask me, what about biodiesel? You didn't mention it. Well, biodiesel is a big issue for us. Those who use biodiesel in their trucks, we have an average increase of 700% in the operational costs because they must clean the engines, they must clean the butter, and there are many problems. And in cold places like Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, depending on the time in the year, the vehicle will stop and dangerously stops, suddenly stops without any prior notice. So we are shy to speak about it because people say that, well, we're fossil. We're not fossil, pro-fossil. We want to see the fuel that meets our needs. And we have actions that are easier, and we have already been working with them. The first of them is to measure the impact of roads in for decarbonization. We do not believe it, but there is a loss of 1.18 billion liters of diesel just because the roads are bad. And these findings, additional cost of 6.8 billion in terms of fuel, and this means that additional emissions, because if I use additional diesel, then I'll expand the carbon emissions. So we measure an increase of 4.5% in the increase of emissions only because the roads are bad. And another thing that we have been working with is the low carbon Senat is training all our drivers, our truck drivers, to drive more economically, to save fuel. And we have already measured it, and we were able to save 89 CO2 tons in 2024, only by driving more carefully. In our bad roads, to finish, we need to remember the other agenda, which is adaptation, right? Our roads, people are dismantling them because the drainage of the roads were built at the time of President JK. Everything has changed. And it's incredible that we have road concessions and nobody tell them to revise the drainage structure or to assess the geological risk of landslides or regarding bridges or floods and so on. So I believe I brought a bit of the practical aspects that Rosana mentioned. If we devise any goal which is distant from those who are driving, that must take the milk to their children and must live from that, just forget about it. Although it may be a beautiful plan. Thank you.
Obrigado, Patrícia.
Thank you, Patricia.
Júlia,
Julia, Rosana, Patricia spoke a lot about the challenges
dos setores
of the sectors and indeed on the ground what's taking place, which is not general goals or far-reaching goals which we'll cover. How do you see the industrial sector with the challenge of renewal? Patricia spoke about the fleet modernization. Now in terms of industries, or will industries last for decades, 30, 40 years, and will hit 2050 with the decisions that we'll take now, right? How do you see these challenges, these gaps, regulatory or financial aspects, and considering the opportunities that we would have to address these challenges and specific needs for each sector under a Brazilian LCS? Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking WRI for the invitation. It's great to be here. I'm substituting Mark, which is our Industrial Transition Accelerator leader for Brazil. It is a global idea program, and I lead it here on the side of our systemic institution. For us, ITA is a program in which we select industrial projects and accelerate these projects. We do not fund them directly, but we understand which are the bottlenecks of these projects, and we promote from the design of solutions to advocacy aspects, all these activities. That's the scope of our activities and solutions considering these projects. We have in our pipeline, which we started in 2024, we have 14 projects in 5 hard-to-abate sectors: steel, aviation, cement. These 14 projects mean $20 billion in terms of investment, and they're not the only sectors in Brazil. Chemical, green ammonia, aviation, cement. There are other projects in Brazil as well. And it's interesting to see this evolution, because in 2024, when we began with the diagnosis of this project, to understand what was preventing them from reaching final investment decisions, most of them said they would reach FID until 2026 or early 2027. And most of them, or 100% perhaps, will not reach the FID status in 2026. One or another maybe in 2026. But this delay is not because the project is not able, or the project team does not have sufficient performance to reach what they want to, but because there are structural barriers that we estimated the time for going beyond these barriers, and it has not happened. The most obvious of them, which was mentioned by Rosana, is demand itself. If you had contracts which were insured for 10 years with the price that this project needs, everything, all of them would have reached the FID status. But to get to these offtake contracts, you have different challenges. So, for instance, in the sector of green ammonia, we have some projects in the northeast of Brazil, as Rosana said, transmission lines, but that's not the main aspect. It's almost the egg and the chicken, because these projects do not have a assured purchase once they are ready. So it's not as if they had a global purchaser, or in the US or Europe, China, and said, well, I'll buy it tomorrow when it's ready. There is an intention that this market will exist and will expand, but the contract does not yet exist in the price that it needs to be. So the same applies to SAF. Yesterday, we have another program looking at SAF, which is outside ATA, and we were speaking about with a technology provider modeling for sustainable aviation fuel. And the point we wanted to understand, we're modeling to understand where Brazil is more competitive. Because of biomass, the big hypothesis is that the REFA in Brazil will be super competitive with the potential for the use of biomass waste, which will bring competitiveness to Brazil. But he looked at us and said, well, Technology does not matter. What matters is the price and the offtake contracts. So nowadays the SAF price, you can't determine them for 10 years to lead to trust among the banks. And you have the demand sub-project, which is funding. These projects need to be financeable because the bank that will loan perhaps a part through the BNDES. But when we speak about 1 billion, 2 billion US dollars, so BNDES will not cover it all. So you need an equity provider to be robust, sufficiently robust to invest in that project. And we see that the main projects that are going forward, they count on this strong sponsor behind them. And the ones that do not have it, they're suffering to find funding for the DVEX part, which is everything as before the FID. And before the funding, the financing, we see the regulation issues. Regulation will help stimulate demand, both fossil fuels, which is being stimulated, and you mentioned the coal, and the demand for the green fuels. So if we do not have regulation, I'm speaking about mandates, I'm speaking about CBAM policies, carbon prices, rules, specific rules, and in the future, if we're able to get to a point when these rules are harmonized, it would help a lot for the project, because nowadays we have projects that want to sell to Europe or US or Asia, and you'll see one regulatory framework for each of these regions, a different certification for each of these regions, and this increases the price of the project and the final price of products. So to ensure that products will be low emission products, we create a whole framework for certification and regulation, a broad one, but which at the same time has many complex aspects. And at the same time, from the standpoint of demand, we see some shocks bringing to light some issues. So we have many dialogues with the Brazilian government regarding fertilizers, but any solution that we find for green fertilizers in Brazil will not produce fertilizers for Brazil tomorrow. So it's got to be a long-term solution, because the plants need time. You'll need 2 to 3 years to be able to establish these production plants. So we get into these 3 issues, the regulatory, demand, and financing as the main challenges of these projects. And in each sector, you try to address it in different ways. For instance, the sector of cement. The cement industry has a low margin, and when we speak about zero emission solutions, you speak about CCOS, and it's extremely expensive. Capture and use and storage, it costs a lot. This is out of the reality of a national cement producer, when in Brazil we have a production which is above what we need or demand. So as regards the demand of each sector, they need customized solutions that take into consideration the combination between being able to produce financing for these projects and bringing in a practical framework, because the rule helps us see what we want, but it does not bring yet the solution so that these projects prosper. I think that's the way. It's this way.
Maria, what about time? Do we have online questions? I think we have online questions. Questions from the people here in the audience. Just a second. I think we have a question here. Can you introduce yourself, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daniela Deboni. I'm a PhD researcher at Unifesp. I would like to hear from you about your view on the space of health in the building of roadmaps or LPS, because I see this theme as a peripheral one in these discussions. Maybe everybody has a view that it would be a direct consequence, but I think we need to change perspective here and see health and its benefits as a central axis, as important as economy. So, thinking about this as one of the main gains of transition, I would like to hear your opinion on that. Just from my understanding, you're thinking about the impact of health in society. Yes, the benefits related to this transition we've been discussing here about public health. Not directly answering, because we know this, it's a fact, this subject is not dealt with as much as we should. But we're discussing more an index that would help us to choose on what to invest. We cannot invest in everything. The space is a limited one. We have many problems, but within this index, which would be a sanity index, or how many benefits it really brings to the society. This would be one of the indicators, or two of the indicators, is really where it will impact in the health issue according to the project. We started from an index from Harvard, Economic Complexity Index from Harvard, and we're trying to develop an index that will incorporate all of that. I forgot your name, Daniela. Today, we are not finding, in fact, this correlation, at least not in the space I'm working in. An example to you about this matter regarding the so-called data center we've been discussing so much here, and Julia is laughing because what does this business bring as benefits to the Brazilian society because it's just withdrawing space from what Julia is trying to do. It's not bringing employment. It's not bringing technology. In fact, it's a box in the middle of nowhere that will use a lot of water. I'm waiting to see that. And what is the real impact it will bring to the community around it? The matter of water is a central matter in this business, but we're discussing data centers with everybody. It becomes a hype now because the renewables industry needs demand right now, so everything is valid. So we don't have an analysis, a deeper analysis in the society point of view, and even less on what is the regional impact for the building the health of that community, of that surroundings. In CONAMA, one of the most well-succeeded CONAMA's programs in phase 1 started with the car industry to change their trucks so they can emit less pollutants. All health-related data. It started due to health, because of health, mainly in urban centers. It was where this demand started on the improvement of emissions, and with deep changes in vehicles engines. That's why our option for the fleet renewal is the first thing to be made, because there's no use in technologically advancing and having almost 60% of trucks with 1-2 emissions and polluting. And adding further, as old they are, more in the urban centers they stay because they have no autonomy to travel far away. So they are stuck in places where the air is already heavy. Just to add on what was said here, out of the projects we are following, in fact, there's nothing really close in the point of view of thinking about the impact to health, but what I can say in terms of perception is health is a strategical theme along with energy transition. So there will be the fifth auction of Eco Invest in next week. Health is one of the main centers along with green fertilizers, critical minerals, and other things. I think energy transition, beyond having the potential of improving health to population, thinking about reducing the carbon emissions, you have a wider potential of bringing more social justice as well. But we need to think carefully about that so you can really bring this justice to population. So we need to look at that. Another thing that maybe is health related is cities' resilience. In other discussions we had in the past with the Society Institute, with the Einstein Hospital team, there is a concern in making cities to become more healthy or ready to bring more quality of life. We think more in well-being, and not only as health, as ER or treatment of a specific disease. A question to CTN. In the view of CTN, which would be the bigger hindrances and opportunities for logistic transitions that reduces the dependency in highways, strengthening railways and waterways? Is there a deadline for that? CNT, National Confederation of Transportation. Well, there's always that thing about increasing our railways. Every government talks about that. Since President JK, he promised if he would return, he would bring incentive for building railways. And in fact, so it could be balanced between agriculture and industry. Anyway, we cannot think about a big-sized country like Brazil depending on four wheels only. And it's not true that we are putting barriers to this evolution, because we will always need the four wheels. Even to withdraw from the port, taking to the highway, we need it. There are some plans in Brazil, but it's difficult to implement them in fact. I like to mention the Justice Iris Brito saying that Brazil is excellent in normative and terrible in ending things, in closing things. So, and we should not forget our waterways capacity. In a country with the water flows we have, with our waterways, we are really our highways here. We don't have a waterway that is really consolidated, but we have the rivers to be a highway. This is something to be reminded. The issue of diversifying our model, of the transportation model, because mainly increasing the railways that can be a big contribution for all of us. Thank you. I'm sorry I made a mistake on the acronym. It sounds weird to me, but sorry about that. There's another one for Rosana. Through which steps the companies in the private sector can start the elaboration of the climate strategy? I think the first step is to understand what is the market, what we can see as a market for that path. Of course, the companies, there's a amount of things that can be done that is only for their own pockets. Efficiency in process, energy efficiency, you're talking about trucks, how the highway can impair the efficiency in transportation, many processes added. Any process a company do in the sense of energy transition, they have the double job of bringing climate actions along with economic efficiency. But it's going up to a certain point. And it's going further. I will answer your question. It's going further when it captures money out of the market and the financial system provide a bonus for the ones that have climate actions. So the money for that company is cheaper because they have a climate actions, and if they do not complete it, they lose the bonus and pay more for a loan or something, a financing, a funding, something like that. This is a way of making they give a further step, but moving the whole path, or at least a substantial part of this path, changing productive process to reach a zero emission product, it has first to look to the market it's inserted in. What is the technology they're going to use? And now we use your question to say something else. And what is the technology they are not going to use mainly? Why is that? Because today climate funding is slightly dominated by this idea of some technological hype, like everything will become hydrogen. It's not happening. A truck will become hydrogen. The poor truck, they put hydrogen in it. Everything will become hydrogen. No, there's no hydrogen for all of that. Producing hydrogen is expensive. Maybe for fertilizers it makes sense because you have an immediate use. But hydrogen is going to exist, but it's not this hype as you were talking about. And today, out of two projects has to do with 2 out of 3 projects has to do with hydrogen. And we didn't do our homework to check that. Is that the real path? Is that what we're betting for the future? And when we say it's hard for the company to make a decision or adopt something, it's because the world and society and the ones dealing with the matter are insisting on technologies that is too much rocket science, it's too much in the future, and they cannot do that, and they leave behind the things that are on the shelf right now. The second part for the company is what do I do to use the things that are available in my shelf, inside my line of business, and what can I do to help to change the standards, international standards, to accept only the high technologies, also accepting what I'm able to offer as a decarbonized product. The second step is the less soul-searching step, about engaging and helping people to fix a little bit these international standards, which is what we are doing in our area at SAF. With Systemic, we did a lot of things with them. In IMO, the marine fuel, for example, us in Brazil, we are supporting, trying to enter, change internationally what is accepted as green, because you increase your demand space, because sometimes maybe one thing you are doing is already green. To have an idea, Brazil produces in average in steel, glass, cement, aluminum, these ones, steel, glass, cement, and aluminum made in Brazil, and it's less than 50% than the world average. It's not all the routes that are like that, but in average is like that, and we cannot put our goods in the international market as 50% decarbonized because the standards for decarbonization are not accepting and acknowledging our process as a green one. So there's a path here to be taken.
Muito bom. Gente,
all right. Well, would you like to close? I'd like to thank you again. I think it was an excellent panel to understand a bit of the challenges, of the many challenges, but to hear about them on a sector-by-sector basis, and a great opportunity of addressing some of these gaps that were identified. Of course, the systemic gaps, which call for no silver bullet, but the development of LTS. So I'm really thankful for it. Thank you. Please give a round of applause to our panel participants. Thank you so much. As I said, we will now work with adaptation and climate science for Brazil. What does it mean to be an adapted country in 2050? So we spoke about the importance of adaptation. We spoke about mitigation in the morning, and now we will focus adaptation process. And to discuss the perspectives on climate adaptation in Brazil while producing recommendations for long-term planning regarding the LTS, to facilitate this panel, I invite Emily Dionisio, who is an expert in GHG protocol at WRI Brazil. Dilvan Sampaio, researcher of the Division of Modeling in the Terrestrial MILIF system at the CPTEC, CGCT-EMT. Ellen Gorzel, General Coordinator for Climate Change and Equity and Health at the Ministry of Health. Mariana de Paula, co-founder and executive director of the Decodifica Institute. And Ricardo Mota, manager for strategic intelligence at the Act Against Hunger. Thanks, Emily. You've got the floor. One final remark. Please remind us about the QR code. We want to collect your impressions, the necessary leverages for decarbonization in Brazil towards 2050, and which are the critical factors that we need to look at when we see this carbonization in 2050. So during the panel, these leverages and critical factors change. We expand our perception. We become aware of risk factors that make planning more challenging. So I kindly ask you please to keep sending your answers, and we will bring that in contact with the event in a cross-sectional way. Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we won't even need more coffee, but we do have coffee available. Those who still need some caffeine. I'd like to thank our panel members, Jovan, Ellen, Ricardo. It's a pleasure to be here with you. We had a productive morning. We spoke a lot about mitigation, decarbonization, what we need to implement these actions. We saw earlier on, Karen was speaking about what we have in the climate plan, over 1,000 expected actions. And as you can see, our panel wants to bring answers to what does it mean to be an adapted country in 2050. And we brought together a perspective that's not conventional. As you can see, we have climate modeling, citizen science, public health, and food security to speak about this topic. And why that? Because we believe that we do need to have transformational changes. Karen spoke a lot about it, Stella as well. We need changes that need to be structural and which may have a look at climate justice, food transition, energy transition, because this is what will contribute so that the LTS will lead to increased quality of life for people, and we will be able to meet the goal. And all this is based in science. WRI always puts a premium on working on projects and advocacy based on science. And Marcia spoke this morning that transparency is the key. So we do need transparent science to be able to monitor, adjust the routes whenever it's needed, develop safe policies, and to this end, we count on an important tool, which are the biannual transparency reports, which bring us a dimension of how climate change
is intensifying. So I even took some notes on some figures that stood out, and I'd like to show them to begin our dialogue. For instance, the heat waves, BTRs already show that heat waves increased from 7 to 52 days per year. The highest temperature, maximum average in some municipalities has climbed by 3 degrees. In the Northeast and Midwest, we had our drought periods that increased from 80 to 100 days, and more recently, something that was said, the climate disaster we saw in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. A study launched by WRI in the previous week showed that the harm for the state was approximately 88 billion reais, the damage incurred, and from the 497 municipalities were hit. And one of the conclusions of this study is that adaptation cannot only be related to investment and infrastructure. We also require regional governance, climate justice, prevention, and it has a lot to do with predictability as well. So everything that we have raised and we'll try to discuss. These figures, when I speak about them, my intention is to highlight that we have an inevitable question. If this is already taking place in the present. Now let us imagine what do we need to do so we may adapt on our path to 2050. So to begin, I pass the floor to Gilvan. He's a leading expert in terms of climate modeling. I'd like to ask you, Gilvan, if you can contribute with your views on how climate modeling helps in adapting and reducing risks. What can it tell us in terms of capacity for adaptation in the Brazilian territories? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be participating in this panel. It's a pleasure to be here with Emily. Emily needed biology students to work with climate change and modeling at the university where we were active, and she and another colleague volunteered and came to work with us at INPE. So I know her since she was almost a small child. And she's here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with Ellen. We have met many times, Mariana, Ricardo. Well, I think we must begin by speaking precisely in the way that you presented us. The extremes are out there, increasingly frequent and intense. Climate is changing. It's nothing new for any of us. But before we speak about modeling, I need to say that we must be concerned today as well with the monitoring of these issues. Even though we are in 2026 today, Brazil has many problems linked to monitoring because many things can be done by satellite. The satellites are better and better. They even help us calibrate models and improve them, but nothing substitutes the stations that measure things. And unfortunately in Brazil what has taken place is that the stations, conventional stations, meteorological stations are being shut off. So you lose a series of measurements, and we need the series to train artificial intelligence, to calibrate models. So this is one of the concerns. But now returning to the models, which is not unrelated to that, the issue of models, they have evolved a lot. They can be addressed in many questions or issues that you mentioned. Now, what we need to understand is that climate models are simply a tool that assists us in our decision-making procedures. It's not an absolute truth. They do have many issues because in many cases they represent even growth representations. Yesterday I was working with a student who finally brought to a climate model the best representation of the Cerrado that I have ever seen so far. And the first time, this was the first time that it happened, because the Cerrado biome so far as represented in climate models is the African savanna, which is not really related to our Cerrados. But there's another issue, which is it's not enough, for instance. For instance, the IPCC has the atlas, right? So you go there and you get the atlas, and you look at South America and you say, well, this is what will happen in South America in the coming years and decades. We will be using this to transform this information into adaptation, mitigation actions, etc. That's not the case either. Because what I often see is this issue that people must learn to interpret what's being shown there. When you see the IPCC's atlas, there's an average of 46 models, but not always the models that are there are working well for South America. It's just the average of what's good and what's not. Unfortunately, today in Brazil, we do not have a model for global climate projections. We have a regional INPE model, but in recent years, only in the late 2025, we were able to move forward with it. So we do not yet have the scenarios with this regional model. What did we do? Now, something that we began in the previous year, we had an issue, which is this pressure for scenarios in Brazil. If you go to the Ministry of Health or the Water Agency and any other agency and you ask, what are you using in terms of projections? Each one will say something different because they do not have a reference, a central reference in Brazil. Further, they are often using databases that are not exactly the best ones. And there are many works, academic works, with these figures. One of them, including, is a database. A researcher from INP presented it to me, but I said, how is this database built? And he explained to me, and I said that this won't work. We needed to obtain an index at the health sector, and that database had an information for the central region of the country of humidity, 400% humidity. Why was that? Because they were built by mathematicians. Nothing against mathematicians, but they're not experts in climate. And the interpolation was made without any paying attention to the quality of the data that was used. So this is a very important point. And we are required by the Marcio and his team, because we would have to do the projections for the fifth national communication. Also, update the Adapta Brazil platform. And we also began this work 1 year ago to produce these new scenarios. We closed it just in the previous week. We presented the results for the national communication. And why is this issue important? Now, returning to your question, right? Depending on the model that you take, for instance, you have models that have a lot of rain in the northeast, other models with scarce rain. Which one will you use to decide? That's where you need to have the expertise of somebody from the climate area, from the field of climate. And in general, this is not taking place. Another frequent problem in the academic setting, people use the raining patterns to and they say evaluating the CIMIP 6 model for South America. We have 5 or 7 or 10 models that best represent rainfall patterns in South America by looking at rainfall levels. But in models, it happens a lot that it goes right for the wrong reasons. So what was the work that we have just held? First of all, we sought which are the best databases for rainfall and temperature figures for South America. And unfortunately, we must add satellite figures to them, because if you go to the central region of Brazil, you don't have meteorological stations, and you will be interpolating things that take place hundreds of kilometers apart. And what's the big problem? rainfall, you can't work with one single database. You need additional databases because each of them has their own virtues and their own setbacks. So to validate the models, we took 46 CMIT-6 models plus our model, and we did the analysis based on the following. Which are the models that best represent the key phenomena taking place in South America in the current days, in the present? Because if it represents the phenomena, it represents the circulation, and therefore it represents temperature and rainfall patterns. So it goes right for the right reason. So we did this. From the 46 plus 1 models, after a lot of analysis and assessment, we got to 10 models. We discarded 36 models. And with the analysis, by doing it this way, we're safe to deliver to a researcher or decision maker from the health field quality information which will be used for the measures that are necessary in association to adaptation, mitigation, public policies, and so on. But we did more than that. We used a technique also to take these scenarios to additional resolution. So we have available today, starting on May 18, for the entire South America, recent scenarios which are validated, calibrated, with 10 kilometers of resolution for South America. This work was done by a team at IMP, another team from Quartec, with the support of WRI through MCTI, and I'm thankful to you for that. So this work was done. It took 1 year. It wasn't easy, but I may say to you today, quite reliably, that we do have a product which will be quite useful for Brazilian policies, for necessary actions and policies, and which will give you a bit more safety on which are the likely scenarios for 2050. We know that extreme events are there. They'll continue happening, and it's not different in our projections. That's what they indicate. This is the point that I wanted to touch on. We need to pay attention in these issues of how to interpret things. It's really important to have somebody who knows how to interpret that information we have there. This is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jovan, for this context, this masterclass here to all of us. This work you do is essential, prioritizing on the prioritizations. We see many people discussing that we need to bring this tropicalization, put the lens on Brazil. We live in a big size country with a lot of specificities, and sometimes we need to have this lens on it, representing the necessities of different territories, and also bringing to a thinner layer on this risk assessment. We ask ourselves, are these data reaching the end for the ones that need them most? We know we have the urban outskirts, the riverside populations, the vulnerable populations. The General Report of Transparency reinforces that 24% of the Brazilian population was living without proper basic sanitation. So we have deep disparities inside our society, and many times they are using these models, information, to organize themselves to plan their territory. I would like to talk to Mariana de Paula, the Codifica Institute, and I would like her to address the perception of the citizenship science, empowering, qualifying the data collection, interpretation, looking to the knowledge and the local resources. I think it's important to hear from you so we can understand this lens on territories, how they understand being an adapted country, and how this scientific data can be used. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you okay? After lunch, a good dynamics, but after lunch is always a challenge. I'm Mariana de Paula, founder and executive director of the Codifica Institute, a community-based scientific organization born in Jacarezinho region at Rio de Janeiro. The proposal was working in data use, communication, political science from the point of view of the outskirts. We work with the local data collection. We're based on that. This is a tool that works with local knowledge, generating territorial information to the inhabitants of the outskirts. When we look at them, we are talking about the Black majority. And from this territorial view, we work with this knowledge to direct the strategies and public policies based on our knowledge and our evidence. Also look into what guides this parallel long-term strategy, how citizen science is a complement to all of that. The data generation as citizenship science, and we have many ways to apply it, and this is one of them. It's not replacing what we have understood as traditional science, academia, the models, IPCC, Paris Agreement, everything we've been working on, but it widens the interpretation capacity. It qualifies the information when we go to the territories. We bring public policies to the field, to the territories. I'm here on behalf of the outskirts, but I was talking to Carol, and we were thinking about these words in the field, in agriculture, and so on. This is something that allows flexibility, because the best thing about that is working with this local knowledge from this territory. So if data have defined the priorities and the public policies, Gilvan told us about how the modelings are guided. They are not absolute, and in the end of the day, they guide the data and public policies. And if these data, we have defined these priorities, how can we incorporate the traditional knowledge, the territorial knowledge to these modelings? If the traditional models have struggled to serve as public policies, and we know it is happening when we look to the impact of extreme events to territories, they are sequenced. The same thing that is happening in Pernambuco right now happened in 2020 in Rio de Janeiro. In Acre region, we have floods every year, as well as in Baixada Fluminense, historical floods. So the public policies are not serving this reality, and they generate, or they keep on making more severe the inequality, the economical, social, gender inequality that we see in Brazil. So how are the data that have guided these public policies? So citizen science has this responsibility of subsidize all of that in short, medium, long term. The chronology we want to adopt, and we are able to do that. So with that assessment, we can respond to a local effect. So let's see what we can do. We can think about long term. How do I adapt my territory? If this flow is worse than last year, it was the same after 2020, what changed? So citizenship science, it kind of incorporates what we are incorporating people that are really in the extreme events, in the perspective of floods, which is a work that we propose to work on and research in the last few years in a simple way, looking to official data, seeing how the territory we've been working on are contemplated for all of that. We can see the disaggregated race and gender data. We cannot have a clear picture and even have intersectorial on the impact of all of that. When we look to health, what's the impact, income, losses, and damages, what have reached the majority of the Brazilian population, which is the Black population. I think DCD is trying to widen this possibility of having this knowledge, also centralizing things over this knowledge. With all due respect to everyone here, I'm really careful in saying that I think that was the question you brought, Emily. Is this reaching the territories? It's not. This kind of language that we are working here, when we're talking about climate discussions, not reaching the territories. And if it's not, and certain people here on the group cannot do this translation, how do we do that? We invite the people from the territories to be in these spaces to share the knowledge in a collaborative way. Also, the collaboration on how to do things, producing knowledge is not a single knowledge. If it was so, it would have changed a lot of things. You can see we are here discussing about the same things, about inequalities, environmental racism, climate racism. There's a framework that supports all of that, putting Black people and outskirt people away, quilombolas, all of them away from the discussions in a effective way, not contributing to this knowledge in an effective way, complementing the traditional science, the modelings, the academia, the bibliographical references. I'm not telling this because I think the academia should not be valued. No, but we are organizations compounded by Black people that access the academia knowledge to complement their own knowledge on their territory. So citizen science is here for that. And I bring some example and data to maybe materialize things in this climate context. We did this work on the floods in the Codifica Institute with the help of Particles Itaúsa, and from this work we did the citizen mapping of the impact of floods in Rio de Janeiro and Pernambuco, 2,777 interviewees, and I brought 4 data to think about within the time I have here, which are 56% say they have no previous information on the floods. I think everybody here in the room hear about who saw that being spread to the news on TV. We need to get prepared. We need to communicate. Have you ever seen that in any news? 1 out of 3 maybe. How is this reaching the territories? How are we going to get prepared for that? 72% have no previous information on how to protect themselves. So, the flood is coming. Where do I go? What is the path? 19.2% receive information from civil defense. And they are one of the main agencies we look for reference when we talk about extreme events. 52.6% look into adaptation. They elevated their houses. So adaptation, although being a long-term discussion, where we're looking to the future, it always works with this daily routine, and it needs to be incorporated to these policies, to these long-term strategies, to these discussions, the conversation rounds. If you need our data as reference, please ask us. We have at the website. I can send you, because it also materializes the discussion on what's been approached in GDA, COP, international spaces. So we've been working on that. And to close, adaptation will only be effective in our reading and positioning if it incorporates the intelligence of the territory as a knowledge producer and social participant. If they incorporate the daily vulnerability, the perceptions of the climate risk, the impact that appear before the models appear, we already have in the territories, but mainly it's as necessary as the discussion about urban adaptation, looking to drainage, infrastructure improvements, technological systems, climate modeling. We also need to look at knowledge and incorporate these realities. We need to adapt what we've been saying about adaptation. We need to adapt the way we have communicated adaptation. We need to communicate what we have understood as adaptation. So we'll make this to be more close to what we have here in Brazil. Karen made a question. I think she's not here anymore. It was a good one. She said, we are here with the elements. So how can we guide this Titanic, which is Brazil, something like that? And I think in my reading, I think it's she said about changing direction. How can we change direction of a Titanic, which is Brazil? I think is acknowledging that before talking about adaptation, we need to acknowledge the historical inequality that is all over the country that have impacted the outskirts people, the black people in this country. And when acknowledging there is an environmental racism, when we deny these data, these populations, we are looking to an effective adaptation, looking to a long-term and adapted Brazil. I think that's the question in this panel. It makes us imagine, where do I want Brazil to go? Once again, I'm closing. I want a Brazil where we can incorporate, impact the outskirts knowledge, where we can contemplate the black outskirts populations in these spaces, women, children, people with disabilities, and the data generation of citizen science allow us to granularize this data, acknowledging in territorial level the impact of all of that everywhere, because if IPCC modeling cannot account for how all South America, can you imagine the micro-territories impacted by extreme elements from floods to heat waves and everything else we have to face? I think that will be my answer.
Mariana, thank you very much. I think your words were really sound. And this issue that you mentioned of having the data, but sometimes we do not bring the territories to life, we won't be able to save lives. So the point of it is to have this science is playing its role in terms of improving the models, and we need to understand in this discussion of what we expect from an LTS, how will public policies ensure that within a long-term strategy we can be able to think about governance and implementation mechanisms in the territories which are able to translate the scientific knowledge to effectively save lives and avoid the occurrence of new disasters. So when we speak about saving lives, I remember a thermometer, so to speak, which is the public health, right? So we have Helen here. She coordinates the management for climate change and equity in health. We know nowadays that the government has the AdaptaSUS platform, so I'd like to hear from you. Which are the impacts of climate change on health? How are they being faced by AdaptaSUS? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. A great pleasure. I think this all shows an interesting thing that the issue of health has been added here as a key topic. So the importance of this is great because we all feel health in our skin and these changes, right? So we have observed over time increasingly more evidence on the impact of climate, impact on health. As was said, the issue of floods. But I'd like to bring some figures which we do not hear about them, about heat, for instance, which we have spoken about extreme heat waves. Heat kills more than any type of disaster. It is more mortal than any of these other types, but people don't speak about it. It's an invisible type of impact. It's an amazing thing. You probably have heard about 3 years ago about the death of a person at the first Taylor concert in Rio de Janeiro, at Engenho. When people died, do you know how many people died that day? Over 150 people, but one death was avenged, but it even led to the protocol to face heat, which is Rio's reference for the world today. Rio has this protocol, which is being considered as a reference. So this shows how much human life is sensible to these changes and how much we still have to notice it, we realize it. So it's important to highlight all this. And I have, of course, when we speak about the disasters, we will be speaking about understanding more about the accidents, respiratory diseases. People speak a lot about respiratory diseases, but something is forgotten. It's a strong problem, which is mental health, which is extremely impacted by the issue of those extreme climate events we have seen. That's why we have said that the climate crisis is already a sanitary crisis, because we are already facing that in the daily lives of people. Further, it also affects the health system. The health assistance system must be prepared to these new changes. I'll give another example. When we have extreme heat, expectant women are extremely vulnerable because they have premature births. So the neonatal intensive care units must be prepared to absorb that population. What happened on that same day when the girl died in the conflict? Many hospitals in Rio collapsed out of the lack of available neonatal intensive care units. So this shows how much our system must be prepared. The case of Rio Grande do Sul, for instance, we must be prepared for it, and that's why we have Adapta SUS, which is an adaptation plan for climate change in the health sector, to try to give an answer to this, as was well said here, to integrate a mainstream climate science as we anxiously expect wait for those robust data. One thing is to speak about climate change in the city of São Paulo. Look at the response capacity we have here. Another thing is to speak about a small town in the country of the Amazonas state or in the Cerrado. But the unified health system must be prepared for all of them, not only the big centers. Small cities as well must be prepared. So Adapta SUS goes in this direction of how much the territories provide answers to these cases. How do we prepare the health system for adaptation? And particularly small and medium-sized cities, which are a big challenge in this regard. How can we take the data, highly qualified data, quality data, and how can we turn it into an information that gets to the other end in the territory with the learnings of citizen science? How can it bring impact? So Adapta SUS stimulates things and this knowledge and preparedness at the local level. The government currently preparing 7 centers, health centers in 7 Brazilian cities, where it will begin to use this data to bring it together with epidemiological data, so to get to learn more about how each territory can provide answers to these challenges. So the government has prepared. The agenda is high in the agenda in the health sector. And in our coordination, we're not able to cope with so much work because we really see that the demand has increased in regard to this. What do we expect? What Brazil is this that we want to 2050? Which Adapta SUS that must prepare resilient systems and leave them prepared so that whenever a climate crisis appears, it will not collapse and will provide answers to citizens. People who work there must be prepared as well. So in the health sector, when you have big disasters, those who need to take assistance, particularly in health system, is the health professionals, because they must be prepared to cope with the disasters and those situations for people who are highly vulnerable. So this is just to show how much we have behind it. And being able to work with a reduction of social environmental inequalities. This was well said. We know which are the more vulnerable populations, the elders, children, Afro-Brazilian population, traditional peoples, etc. We know that already. They're the most vulnerable ones. So how will this inequality be worked at? And how to provide assistance to this population, to these groups, which is such an important issue, to have the governance in these territories to be strengthened. And that's why I found your words so interesting, because they really are aligned to what's proposed. Because what's the challenge? Brazil is not a Titanic, the federal government trying to show where this big boat is going. And that's why it needs all the possible synergies to get there, because on its own, the federal government is too complex, especially due to all the adversities that we have in this country. Now, remembering that protection to life must be at the heart of our climate agency, the question that was asked in the morning shows it clearly. It was asked, how do you see health in all that? So health can help a lot in raising awareness. How much do you win or lose with health by doing any adaptation action? You speak a lot to the society. You're able to support the society strongly based on those figures. So we do stimulate things, and we are eager to see many studies showing how much we win by increasing or diminishing the expenses based on the actions that are undertaken in terms of adaptation. And to conclude, I'd like to say that health alone won't change things, so it's got to be worked inter- and trans-sectorally, cross-sectorally. So that's the importance of having all sectors and all actions of all sectors impacting on health. So it's really important to bring this, and the slogan that we have brought increasingly, which is climate changes, health feels, and the SUS provides responses. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ellen, for sharing a bit of your vision in this incredible work that has been undertaken by Adaptive Schools. One point that you have mentioned, this issue that the heat wave and the floods, they produce may produce a collapse in the services. We understand that the human body is feeling these effects of the climate change, but we also observe that in addition to the human body, we can also speak in terms of health, the issue of food, nourishment. Our food plates also affected, and consequently it affects health. So there is a deep connection in that as well. And as I said previously, our biannual transparency report also brings it that the family producers are among the most affected ones, since they will have less irrigation, less financial resources to invest in adapting their productive systems. And so I invite Ricardo Mota to be speaking to us about these impacts of climate change on food security. So what is the perspective for more resilient, so we can have more resilient food systems? Good afternoon, my friends. How are you? It's working? Everybody awake after stretching session? That's great. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. This topic of climate change is often left aside in relation to food security, and we've seen it at COP opening the way or the path, which is important. I was glad to see this opening, and I see it also happening here, so this is really important. The relation between food insecurity and climate change is intrinsic, because in the same measure that food systems impact on climate change, they're also impacted by them. So this is a perverse cycle that feeds back upon itself, and it's invisible. So when we look at this issue nowadays, especially in Brazil, we have 73% of our emissions related to food systems. So the way in which we produce food, buy food, and the way we eat is strongly related to climate change. This is the first point, and it's really key. And looking at the dimensions of food security and those dimensions regarding the availability of food, for instance, which is directly affected by floods, by extreme heat, by strong rain patterns, so all environmental extreme events are faced by this dimension of food security, which is the availability of food. And in as much as the food will reach the population, and how can we connect this to the social and economic vulnerabilities? Marina mentioned an extremely important point at the Codifica work, which I didn't know so far, and it's so important to look at this territory because climate change affects, obviously, the extremely vulnerable populations more directly, who coincide with the people who are in a situation of food insecurity. We also have, in another dimension, the availability of food, the dimension of food supply, the stability of access to food, direct access to food, which goes through the perspective of the economy, but also through the physical perspective. And all these dimensions of food security are directly affected by climate change. So this is the bad part of the issue that I am touching on. But at the same time, the transition of food systems is the big solution for thinking about pathways for mitigating this issue. So when we look at the production model and the relationship with consumption, food consumption, which is healthier in the social sense, in environmental sense, economic sense, when we look at this triad, which is an absolutely relevant issue, nowadays we have a predominance of the economic dimension. So the economic impact is evident. It is found in all figures. Initially, in the first presentation, we heard about looking at the data, and the big gap that we see is how do we look at the environmental, at the social and health dimensions. So food security produces poverty in the countryside, and food consumption generates a gigantic environmental impact, especially ultra-processed foods. And when we look at the challenges of food security, many of these challenges are related to a turn that we've seen. We were able as a global hub to face malnutrition, which was drastically reduced in the recent decades, but we face twofold the extreme increase of overweight people, chronic diseases, and when we add that to climate change, we really have a serious public health issues, which is occult, and the FAO report shows the hidden costs of food insecurity in Brazil, which are more related to the environment than to health. But we're able to see the standards, the Brazilian deterioration, the consumption of rice and beans has fallen, ultra-processed foods has increased drastically, and little said about how much the consumption of ultra-processed food items produces an extremely strong environmental impact in the contemporary world where we live today. Ultra-processed food is more convenient to people because people don't have time and there's a need for being practical in our food habits. So as a public policy to say that in natura food items are ideal for the human diet is quite unfeasible for many Brazilians. The Pact Against Hunger, we analyzed things about the bulletin that we launched it. 70% of the Brazilian population, if it needs to balance all its expenses, it won't be able to have adequate food habits. And Latin America and the Caribbean are among the regions with the most expensive adequate food items in the world. So we are really facing a system which is unfair, unequal, and we need to face this issue head on. And looking at the data and monitoring, we were speaking about it during the lunchtime with Daniele from UNICEF about the issue of environmental impact of food habits, and we do not have indicators yet to show it. We have some surveys that show it. Emily spoke about something relevant about the number of casualties of the death figures on account of heat, and we found out there is a specific research that shows the number of deaths by malnutrition or poor food habits, and it's higher than homicide in Brazil. This is a scary figure, and it shows it's still hidden nowadays. Now, speaking about the solutions, as I said, we have looked at many data, many figures that show that the transition among systems produce multiplying cascade benefits, which are quite broad. So when we think about the issue of hunger, we're not speaking about the problem of an individual, but about a social, the issue of a society. Because when we speak about the protection of life, maybe this would be a fundamental premise or assumption when we think about the transition of food systems. Is understanding the protection to childhood, protection to adequate learning, because there's evidence showing that people with food insecurity won't learn at school. This affects their adult life, their productivity, and this affects many dimensions in their lives, which will kill the possibilities of many dreams by individuals. So this is an agenda of the society itself, not only in the fight against hunger. It's a structure that we need to reflect on as a society. So I will be speaking about what we have looked at as Pacto contra Fome in terms of adaptation and mitigation. We conducted a work in the previous year looking at advocacy, which is a super important figure because we have an inequality of access and power and influence on how public policy decisions are taken. So as a third sector, we need to look at the relevance of strengthening advocacy activities related to public policies. One of the works we conducted was a revision of the Brazilian basic food basket to ensure that we will have adequate food items for the population, in strong dialogue with the academia, and the big dispute because there is a lobby by the industry against this advocacy work, and we were able to ensure the presence of predominantly of adequate food items in the Brazilian food basket, basic food basket, with full tax exemption, and we were able to ensure that also processed food items wouldn't be there, with the exception of one or two food items. And with this activity, we have followed up on some surveys which shows that there is a spinal cord in the tax system when we think about incentives to population and food system transition. So when we add to the basket tax-free food items, we stimulate the production, the consumption, and we stimulate the transitions of food systems themselves. So there's an estimate of reducing by almost 30% the level of ultra-processed food items and an increase of up to 20% in inadequate food items. So this is a mitigation agenda which is not really obvious but can be thought in the long run because the tax reform effects have not even begun and will be fully implemented by 2040, I believe. So I'd like to think about the importance of advocacy and an advocacy approach to stimulate the normative and legislative role on behalf of public policies. And in this regard, I have another issue, which is adaptation. So we are now refining another bill, which draft law, where we can ensure that climate extremes and the food purchase program can be prioritarily aimed at these population groups, and that we are also able to activate funding and rural extension via PRONAF in the public policies to ensure direct assistance to these vulnerable population groups. I believe Brazil does have nowadays a barn of quality policies to showcase them for the world, but we still face many difficulties as regards the lending of these policies and the equity. So these bills, these draft laws that we are working on, they're strongly linked to these equity criteria when we think about the issue of equity specifically and sustainability. We have two criteria at the PRONAF, either through regulation, which will take place, but they establish the criteria for sustainability to the arrival of funding at the other end. So we ensure a predominance of family agriculture and therefore additional resilience. I don't know if I can still use this word, but I say resilience in the sense of protection to these vulnerable groups, which are the family farmers in situation of poverty oftentimes, and the distortions that we see in the public policies. We have PRONAF, which is the key funding policy almost exclusively flowing to large-scale agricultural productions. And the other policies go to the private interests, which produce these distortions and prevent climate change. It's an opportunity as well for transition in the system. We must remember this. So I'd like to close by highlighting this point. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ricardo. I don't know if you're convinced, but I always believe we're solving world problems if we have interdisciplinarity working together towards common will. But I hope these inspirational talks can reinforce the importance of having an LTS that is able to have this interconnection among sectors so we can take the impact where it's necessary to reach. Okay, Maria, what about the questions? I hope you have many questions. The questions from the chat. The first one is Anna Zazovok. I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. Once we are discussing long-term solutions, including aspects of the climate plan and health issues, what's your view on the advance of sanitation in the climate context? I think it's up to you, Ellen. I have two. Thank you for the question. It's part of this context when she mentioned the disciplinary issues, the sectorial issues. These are extremely important for the basic sanitation. It's inside the Ministry of Cities in partnership with other areas, showing the importance. But back there, they said environmental health has to pass through basic sanitation, but there's a lot to advance it. Another question from Barbara Neves Maya. There's a preamble I will read. As urbanist architect, founder of Co-Paisagem startup, I believe climate strategy incorporates social inclusive policies guided by climate justice and resilient adaptation. It's essential to consider populational aging, the disabilities, chronic disease, and neurodivergences in the planning of cities, assuring inclusive accessibility, well-being, quality of life, nobody being left behind. Said so, which actions, guidelines, or policies were already developed by the Brazilian government to integrate these questions to the national strategies of climate adaptation and resilience? I did data with people with disability or neurodivergency in climate situations. This is an interesting question. Not mentioning chronic disease, respiratory disease that we know well, neurodivergence, mental health. The data are fragile yet. We need to build more robust systems. We don't have much to say about this part yet, but 2 weeks ago, there was a Dr. Seuss Award delivered to the best initiatives in the public health system area. In a group from the City Hall of Chapapão dos Guararapes in Pernambuco, the work with neurodivergence people in situations of disaster. It's a really beautiful work. It's being taught in the end. We know about the challenges of dealing with all of that. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Thank you and good afternoon. First, I would like to thank Emily for this guidance on this panel, Professor Giovanni, Ellen Mariana, and Ricardo Altamini. I work in the Institute Climate and Society in the Axis of Climate Policies. That's my agenda, a charming and challenging one. And the question is to Ellen. The ones who are in this enchanted world of climate agenda, we had a recent COP. We are in after COP and elections year. My question would be turned to the understanding that it's always connected to Adaptacidade or Adapta Brazil matters because we have an interministerial committee and the society and us as third sector, we asked for a more deeper positioning from the interministerial committee. Also due to the climate plan implementation matters, I would like to know how this connection works and the synergies involving these important agendas. Thank you for the question. I think it's interesting. Things are happening. I think AdaptaSUS is not more holding hands, it's embracing Adaptacidades. We have focal points of AdaptaSUS and Adaptacidades together. It's being developed. Sometimes I joke that the Ministry of Environment is my boss more than the Ministry of Health. This is really strong with many other sectors as well. It's happening. Maybe it has not reached the end yet because it takes a time. Last week there was a big event about resilient cities where we had many sectors, and in parallel we had an Adaptacidades event. We were present as well. It was hard for us to be all over, but it is happening. Things are happening, and this is a novelty because this is something new. Because working in an intersectorial way, it's something new, and we hope soon it will reach the end for everybody. You told us about Adapta Brazil. Adapta Brazil send information to Adaptacidades. It's happening. Rafael? Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for this panel, such a rich panel. And I have a question to Mariana and Silva. They work with these models that we call top-down, looking to the whole so we can reach local results. And EP is the other way around. It's bottom up, also in the local sense. How do you see today the models? Are they connected to this rich quality and quantity of data that's coming to place? And which are the biggest challenges to do all of that? This is Adapta Brazil. This is Adapta Brazil. Because we have 9 sectors there. And our challenge is holding hands with the health professionals. We have here the climate information. You have the health information, for example, of a health vector, a disease or something. How can we together establish an IDEX, an indicator that will reflect the projection of this situation along the next years or decades. This is Adapta Brazil. That's why we are all over Brazil, all the cities. And it's now going to 10 kilometers. It will be in sub-municipal scale. We need to hold more hands. And in this work, as you said, it's not an easy job. First, we need to refine our language, and for each sector. For example, some are easier one, like water resources. It's easier. We know about the language of the climate guys from the water resources. It's refined language for a while now. But for example, the language of the climate, guys. With transportation, one of the sectors of Adapta Brazil, it's not refined. It's a lot of work to reach a point where we can produce an indicator index that will be useful for that sector. We've been learning a lot, but there's a lot to learn yet. Through the Codifica, I think the answer is no. If our data is being considered or contemplated or related to big modelings, so no. What we've been trying to do is try in partnership with Ministry of Cities, mainly through programs CNP has developed in outskirts under risk and so on. Looking to the goal of the Secretariat, which are the outskirts. We have a dialogue with them from these data assessments to complement the modelings and the public policies. But I would say it's a path. There's a deep legitimation on where the information comes from. Maybe if it's not coming from a university or an institute or something similar, there's this doubt on the veracity, the truth of the data. It makes sense because we're talking about data. We need to understand how it was produced, and it's important to incorporate all of that. It should not be discarded, but I think once again, we need to adapt this reading to understand which data is real data or not. We have a far path ahead of us until they will be contemplated, but we are knocking doors every day to make this thing incorporated and with open dialogue also, because this is something from the government. We need to understand how the government, when we look to elections, how they will incorporate or work on this agenda. Thank you, Mariana. Any other thing to add, Emily? Is it over? Do you have time for a last question? Not for Alan. I'm joking. Just kidding. Mariana, I was curious. I'm Estela. I'm from IBRAC, Brazilian Institute of Climate Adaptation. I was curious about, first, when you started your talk, I was imagining how can Adapta Brazil can observe all these data. It would be vital. And your data are coming from a diagnosis you were doing inside communities. I don't know if it's perception diagnosis, it's your criteria, but being a diagnosis and taking into account the struggle you're under so it will be observed somehow by any platform for developing a modeling. Do you also have an update criterion for these diagnoses so you keep on fighting for the data verification? Estela, you touch my sensitive spot here, because we've been trying to develop a protocol so we can update this data in a timely manner, mainly facing extreme events. But at the same time, we're getting calmer, thinking that not even the public authority can provide the data in a short term to be able to be incorporated in time. So we strongly wish to develop protocols, and all the work was made with inhabitants. I live in Rio de Janeiro. Each flood that will happen in Pernambuco, I have no means to go there and get the data. So we developed the qualification, collection, analysis of the data so the inhabitants themselves will know how to guide them about that. We are at the point on understanding how can we update this data, because this our database is in 2025, but we are in 2026 today. 10 days ago, we faced a rainfall in Pernambuco once again. So the data, whether that be updated or not, we have a comparison with 2022 data, also along with the inhabitants to understand how much have this advanced or not. but there is the sensitivity of the matter itself. We talk about climate anxiety, and it's perceptible in the surveys. As you said, while you were saying something, I was thinking about the dynamics. If it's going to rain, what's the first thing you think? I have to collect the clothing from outside, I have to pick my kids in school. In outskirts, they are mobilized around this ad, knowing it will impact the territory, it will impact the access to health, reaching ER, access to transportation. All the systems around this area will stop. So there's this need after extreme event asking a certain habitant, can you go for a round and see and check and update our database? There's also a policy of care that we observe for data update. But there's this wish. Always we have to try to counter the technological model for that, projection modeling. We haven't reached this answer yet, or maybe the funding has not reached yet because it's a different conversation here. But I think it's a big challenge. Thank you, everyone. Silva, Ellen, Mariana, Ricardo. It was a pleasure to have you all here. Now, Maria, first, a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much. Yes, Karen. We have to show Luisa. I think it's perfect. This is the opening table with all the essential information, the collection of what is essential in the room to have this global view of the shared content. The second, which is our first panel. Where's Miriam? Here's the first panel, second drawing, and the other one is finishing. You will receive this content later with the report of the event, or maybe we can send to you soon. Okay? Now, panel 4, social development, work, labor, and climate in 2050. The trends that move Brazil from the future and LPS connection. The goal is to expand this debate on the strategy under this framework. And we'll have Mariana Oliveira, Director of the Program Forest and Use of Land of WRI Brazil, Executive Directors of the Center of Studies of Labor Relations and Inequality, CRT. Fabiana is not here. We would like to say she was not able to come. She was confirmed, but there was a last-minute problem. She would just like to tell you she would really like to be here, but she could not come. Manager of Economic and Climate Prosperity Program of Open Society Foundations, Rafael Beltraban, WRI Brazil, and Vanessa Campos Guedes, Biotechnology Manager of Senai Technological District. Now, Mariana, it's up to you. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in person and also remote. These moments of disconnection and variation in the network also speak a lot about the transformation of the labor work. Who could say that we would be today in a hybrid event exchanging? A few years ago, people said it would take long, but now it's a reality. People also said that after lunch it's hard. I say that the final panel is more challenging because people want to go home and thinking about the traffic. Those online have already had their brains melted, but I do promise to do my best so that may also connect to what we have discussed in the previous panels. But I'd also like to bring a panel to panel members. I challenge them. 10 minutes for each of you guys. I have some provocations here. So let's speak about 2 minutes about the past and the present, and then the other minutes, let's speak about the future. What do we want for 2050? I know it's not easy to speak about the future. As forest director, one of the challenges raised by Karen, Shelley says, Mari, your work is up to 2032 and deforestation. It's an easy thing to do. So let's not even speak about deforestation here because we'll be speaking about 2050, right? We'll have other challenges. And what's this employment? Not the employment related to deforesting, but to produce things sustainably, having the technology associated to the rural world. I think we do have good discussions here to conduct, of course, based on the forests and land use context. I'm coming from this context, but I'm thankful to you guys for the cross-sectional areas which are related to these demographic issues. Brazil in recent years moved from being a young, rural, and high birth rate country, and now we're living in an urban country of elders with decreased birth rates. But we know that there are deep regional differences in our country. When we speak about education, many of us know we saw that there has been an increase in access to basic education, illiteracy rates have decreased, and there was an increase in the rates of higher education, and now digitalization, the arrival of technology. But at the same time, we know that with all this growth, we have transitioned from a rural industrial economy towards something more related to services, the digital world, the presence of women in the labor force, and also the increase of informal economy rates. Never before in the history we had so many billionaires, so we also see an intensification of inequalities. And we look at inequalities within the population. We speak of access to education, to work. I also must say to land. I think we have the figures which were issued in the previous year by Mark Biomas, speaking about 4 decades in the transformation of land use in Brazil, from 85 to 95, the expansion of deforestation, 95 to 2004, the expansion of livestock activities, and then until 2014, reduction of deforestation, and 2015 to 2025, an increase in degradation and climate impacts. We now live in a country that's really different from 50 years ago, and it won't be different on the way to 2050, so it will be different. So thinking about the future and inviting the panel members, the challenge I've received is an easy one, okay? That we may expand the landscape of this debate. How do we look at these trends, structural trends, when we speak about demographic changes, transformation in the labor work, and the emergence of new technologies and possibilities? To be speaking about low-carbon economy, and how does this have an influence on the trajectory of this decarbonization, and how can it also attract new opportunities? To begin, Lilian, you speak about prosperity. I think this word is so ambitious and so, this is my personal view, it's conceptually rich. To you, Lilian, what is an economic vision of a decarbonized country with economic prosperity? Which are the setbacks and which are your recommendations so that we may look at it at the green work topic? Thanks, Mariana. I will speak about the elephant in the room. You spoke about billionaires. For those who do not know the Open Society Foundations, it is a philanthropic foundation spearheaded by a billionaire named George Soros. But we do have many partners here in this room today. So I think that I do not want to sound like I do think we are a different type of philanthropy. I don't want to sound presumptuous, but we can say openly that we do agree this to be a problem. The fact that there are inequalities and billionaires in the world, and we try to work so that this won't be a long-term reality. So, now answering your excellent question, I'll reflect on it based on a general perspective of the Global South in our society foundations, bringing some contributions from the organizations that we support, because this is what our work is about, to enable the others on the other end to do their work the best possible way. So now another topic about OSS, which is connected to the answer that I have to your question, is that we do not work to try to fill in gaps left by the state, but instead to strengthen the state. And I think this is directly connected to our long-term strategies, because in the end of the day, they are strategies created by the nation states under the Paris Agreement, right? So the long-term vision of a decarbonized country with economic prosperity, you asked about the word economic prosperity. We like it because we have a economic prosperity and climate prosperity program. People think about New Year's wishes, but this long-term vision of a decarbonized country, economically prosperous country, is the vision of countries, or in the case of Brazil, a country that invests, a state that invests, that recognizes its role as a state and uses the opportunities involved in the transition, because transition is the largest reallocation of capital since the Industrial Revolution, and this brings to opportunities for sectoral development and of climbing higher in the value chains, in the sense of increasing the added value of the sectors in an economy. And this is extremely relevant for developing countries, because when we speak about LCS, we speak about development strategies above all, which are low-carbon strategies which enable southern countries to develop, countries from the global south to develop with small associated emission rates, differently from the trajectory of those countries which are already industrialized. So I think the big issue is this recognition of opportunities for development, of green sectors for industrialization, or in the case of Brazil, reindustrialization of the global south. And we can conduct this transition towards an economical models which are aligned to the mitigation and adaptation issues. And we want to meet this level of industrialization which disassociates our levels and to the prices of commodities in the international markets, which is what we have experienced in our country. And by expanding the scope, which is what we can have in terms of reducing inequalities in social policies, while our exports agenda is based on low added value products, our political cycles depend on the prices of commodities internationally. So all these things that I'm saying go in the sense of these strategies, long-term strategies, that will produce development. They'll generate low-carbon development, and that may produce industrialization and development in those sectors, productive sectoral development. Structural changes, basically. I'm speaking about structural changes which take time. So when we speak about LTS, we mean strategies in the sense of seeking structural changes to add value to what we produce in our economy in such way that It can be fully consistent with transition, but also generates economic growth, income redistribution, and increased equality. About economical setbacks, as you asked, I will not be focused on setbacks because you asked us not to speak too much about the past and the present. But I think that the big setback, economic setback that we have in this moment, for the transition to a low-carbon economy and development itself is the vision that the market is capable by itself to conduct this transition, that the market logic will guide us purely by itself to the necessary transition in a just way at the speed that we need. So I was speaking about sectoral development, about policies, strategies for developing sectors, productive sectors. And we have the World Bank's report, which was launched in late March, recognizing the relevance of industrial policies. After 30 years, when the World Bank treated it as a taboo, and one of our partners just published an article which I named "Who Pays for the Risk of Ecological Transition?" He spoke about the lack. It's really the absence of patient private capital. We call it in English patient capital, right? Basically, the lack of interest of private capital by the type of necessary investments for the transition, therefore the importance of public investment. Therefore, what I propose is precisely to identify the opportunities of climbing up this ladder in terms of added value in the productive chains with a focus on green strategies. So using the transition to climb up this ladder, the steps of the ladder as a way of economic planning in the long run. And in the design of these public policies, which will be in the long-term strategy, which is something produced by the government. And the design of these policies need to be based on the previous identification of productive capacities, both nationally and subnationally, the inclusion of local leaderships to identify which are these sectors with increased potential, with some level of productive capacity in the present, but with the potential for the long. Since we're speaking about the long run, we need to think about encouraging and empowering them. So I'd like to mention a few partners that we have in the OSF in this sense. At the subnational level, the consortium of the northeastern governors, the governors of the Amazon as well, which are necessary partners to identify these potentials, regional potential. We also have an incredible partner, the IMAIS Institute. It was great to see Rosana here today, who represents it. They work with the Net Zero Policy Industrial Lab at the Johns Hopkins University. But this lab and another partner we have, which we call Productive Capabilities Data Lab, which produces mappings and produces new databases to understand these productive capacities and potentials into 10 value chains: EVs, batteries, solar energy, critical minerals, and so on, worldwide, including in Brazil. They have this type of analysis to help in the design of these policies, industrial policies, so that they may be able to develop these high added value sectors in the global south. I believe I am already beyond my 10 minutes. And now to mention a few other partners which operate at a wider level. But for instance, proposals as the Marilena Mazzucato's entrepreneur state proposal, which is a important concept when we think about indispensable concepts when we think about LTS. And the second topic, which is coordination for public policies among different ministries, agencies at the federal level, but also at the subnational level, which may align everything that is around industrial policies and the sectors to ensure long-term development and retention of benefits, for instance, including educational policies for the existence of local quality labor force, not only in the big cities, São Paulo and Rio, not only in these big cities. This is necessary so that this work can be done, for instance, with courses which provide answers to this demand for quality labor force at Senai, for instance. Senai representative was here with us today. Financing, looking at public financing. We speak a lot about blended finance, but we have a concept of a partner, which is Kevin Gallagher, which is blending from the ground off to work with different financial institutions, public institutions, which could be co-funding or co-financing these necessary projects, ensuring the demand using instruments for public procurement, for instance, because often what's necessary to leverage a certain market is having offtake contracts so that the private sector can have some predictability in their dealings. I believe this is it. Since I'm already beyond my time, I'll stop for now. Thank you. Thank you, Lilia. I think that when you mentioned in the beginning, when you spoke about the OSF context, it's important for us to remember that we are in a dialogue, right? Dialogues assume differences. We're having a collaborative process. This is our second dialogue round so that we can have the inputs of different sections and visions to say what we want to see in these LTS. So we have it recorded here, what we want to see. We want to see these differences as well, because if we're based on the assumptions that in a continental dimension country like Brazil, to think about homogenization would be a mistake. Now thinking about the future that we want to see, I'd like to invite Daniel to look at this future, at this climate transition which is necessary. How can it face climate challenges while reducing historical inequalities and racial inequalities in the labor context, the work context, and thinking not only in the house of it, but which are your recommendations so that we may promote and make new space for green work positions with equity. Good afternoon. It's cold outside, so it's got to be warm here inside, right? First of all, I'd like to speak about an ancestral future by referring to the indigenous groups. Krenak speaks a lot about it. This will be the topic of our CERT 35 years. We will be celebrating this on 18th and 19th of May. And not a coincidence. I think there are concepts. These forms of knowledge have a lot to do with this construction of a future. When we think about African-Brazilian knowledge forms or Afro knowledge forms, and this also speaks a lot about not being afraid of resignifying the past to project the present and the future. It's another idea of temporality, which I believe is really rich. I'm diving deeper and deeper in these dimensions, and it's really something really rich. We are the fruit of a long-term strategy ourselves. It's good to remember that. Because in Brazil, it's not that the project didn't work in many aspects. The project has always been that. A project in which we today have the urgency of discussing social justice, climate justice, just transition, and so on. It's not by chance. We had the publication of a survey during COP which drew a lot of attention, looking at the formal sector of renewable energy forms as a result and a symptom in times of COVID, post-COVID. It's a symptom of this pathogen, which is racism. And people say that Afro-Brazilian women are only 7% of the positions in the economy in connection with renewable energy sources. Water generation, 6.2%. So another technology, we look a lot at technology, thinking about AI, but I'd like to look at these social technologies, which we see in the communities. We see these concepts, and one of them is to think about cross-sectionality. A critical, Kimberly Crenshaw speaks about it in an important way for looking at these systems of oppression and inequalities. Mario said, my work is to put an end to deforestation, and I thought about my own work, which is ending inequality. So we're together as we face these big challenges ahead of us. But when we look at this long-term strategy for the case of Brazil, it's easy to notice the reason of this social landscape, because when we look at renewable energy forms and there's the environmental restoration sector and other sectors which are highly masculine sectors, not by chance in Brazil, and also white by nature, without the Afro-Brazilian participation, indigenous participation. When we think about cross-sectionality or intersectionality, we see these figures.
And when we think about intersectionality, the idea of ancestral future, the idea of circular time, all of that can help us to bring more perspective and put us again, or put Brazil again in this idea of development that may change. Because as Brazilians, we do not necessarily think about that. But it's a name of a profession. We don't call any other nationality Eiro in the suffix, like we do with professions here. It's Colombian, Italian, and Brasileiro is like the professions, the suffix and professions in Brazil. Why is that? Because the country's project was about exploring an element of the nature of Brazil would, since the Portuguese colonization, the exploration of Brazil wood, not of building a society for everyone. Some of them came by force, or others were exploring here. The idea was that. And understanding all of that is vital, so we can bring this possible idea of a different development. Nego Bispo said so much about that. So there's development, maybe to bring the perspective. But after this criticism, the idea of development needs to be a different one when we think about the future, disconnecting from the idea of development from the 80s in the United Nations Declaration. Will bring this more economicist perspective without the social perspective, without bringing the environmental perspective. We started the dialogue as human rights of third dimensional rate, because it's bringing what we have, we are seeing again in a high level forum on the ODS, SDGs, that will be discussed again in New York and Brazil. Besides the development of 17 international ones, we have the 18 proposed by the Brazil Ethnical Racial Equality, and it seems that it will be vocal in New York now in July. It needs to be a foundation when we think about social development, labor, climate, an idea that is subjection of everything, this possibility we have from big urbanization. There is no use in carbon economy if inequalities are maintained. We can see economic cycle after cycle, we have this inequality, economic inequality. So when I have these names in terms of nationality as Brazilians, then sugarcane, then mining, we also have the ado as the suffix of the profession. Really turn to this exploitation project. Coffee, rubber, and we have this economic green cycle that is seductive with a speech that is aligned, but there's a danger in the air of being excluded for the ones that were always excluded in the country. So this is a discussion in different prisms. When we talk about social good, the Black movement in Brazil gave a proof of change in short time from affirmative actions. We had an advance. I was at UARJ University a while. My mother was honored. I was really glad in psychology room. They gave it her name, and a full auditorium in the Black majority in our university. I was surprised by that. We're talking about the 21st century when these policies were started. So thinking about labor needs to be under these optics. Thinking about social development needs to be from this matrix. If racism was the first inequality matrix of this country, and then we had others, the first indigenous relations, Black people and Portuguese. If we think that from this moment of the Portuguese invasion, for this constitute all of that, we need the same optics looking to the development. And there's also the need of conceptual advance as well on green labor, green employment, because we use ILO definition that's been here for a while. There's a certain of initial taxonomy from the law, from the Commission of the Senate, but there's lack of public democratic debate, so social forces can be engaged with this definition. And this being seen without an informality perspective, I would like to call your attention to that. We had a recent meeting with Minister Marinho, evoking the strategic role of the Ministry of Labor. When we think of the national system of labor, we need to bring them to this discussion because we talk a lot about the new industry in Brazil, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, cogenating the energy sector, reducing inequalities, but it's necessary to bring with more strength the public policies of the Ministry of Labor, which are not connected in a strategic way yet with the what came after the climate plan, the green discussions, and this other possible idea of development. I would say, looking to this idea of recovering what was in the past, or from this moment on, it seems vital to have a new perspective on what is development, the definition on what is green employment, being able to bring all of that, and the new PNC project have some exercises towards that, but there's a lack of definition yet. But we really need to do it all conceptually from the perspective on what is right to dignified labor, decent work, taking into account at the conception of what these policies are, the ones that were always left behind. We cannot have a development project again in a new economic cycle, leaving the things that were always left behind again. And from that point on, we can advance to a future of sustainable development with the participation of people essential to this discussion. Thank you, Danielle. I think you brought interesting points. Lilia told us about economic prosperity, the change in the market, and the need of public policies. Danielle brought many reflections on racial issues and also the look from the labor market to Black populations. And I would like to invite Vanessa from Senai, who has worked with the promotion of green terms agenda in the national industry. And Vanessa, I would like to ask you, how are things happening? I would like to speak a little bit about the present and look into the future on what are these results you are seeking with the processes you are employing today, and what do we need to think about the future for 2050 addressing this adaptation issue. Good afternoon. Senai, in a national context, been working. We have a big characteristic. Probably you've seen Senai in somewhere. This essence of Senai, this popularity, is strong for this agenda, and also that we have. So one point to be highlighted is this institution is working really well, able to disseminate this information anywhere. We have 512 fixed units, and we're talking about a building with rooms, the person goes, and there are courses. 12 mobile units. We have some trucks. They are trucks. They don't call it trucks, they call mobile unit, but it's in fact a truck, totally customized. It's open, the person enters, there are less qualified professors, and we take this course, what they need, the information they need to municipalities where we are not present. So we are present in 95% of the Brazilian municipalities. 2 of these mobile units are also vessels. So places we could not reach with a fixed school or a truck. Thinking into this context, the strength of Senai, we've been working in 2 big fronts. The first one, we got all our courses from electrician to civil construction, and we adapted this curriculum. So any course we have, there is a sustainability module. So anything you are working on, they can understand the single unique moment, not only of Brazil, but of the world. So this message is adapted with our courses, with adaptation, so they can exist. The second pillar, Senai is always doing that. We do not create a course because we want to bring a course of biotechnology. No, we listen to the industry, what they need, what Brazil needs. And from that point, we have committees, we have an intelligence team, and we assemble everything if necessary for solving this thing. I have an example of 3 courses: electromobility, energy transition. I forgot the last one, but we are always bringing new things. Maybe I'll tell you something today, and there will be a new one coming to the news tomorrow. So these are the 3 pillars we are working on, and we have a different front, which are the partnerships. GIZ, guys, I don't know if they are here. We have a partnership with them in the Brazil-Germany cooperation. We have a program called Professionals of the Future. Maybe you are aware of that. This program is for widening the courses: circular economy, energy efficiency, sustainable energy, renewable energy, bioeconomy. So we've been working on that. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, 13,000 professionals are graduated. These are real data. We have another partnership with MDIC, the ministry called Brasil Mais Produtivo. We have the technicians that already exist. We are requalifying them, graduating other ones so they can work installation, operation, and maintenance of renewable energy equipment. In this context of partnerships, looking and developing courses, Senai has been doing all of that. So they already exist. Senai is not good in advertising and marketing, but there are many actions already being executed. So that's what we've been doing. What we wait in long term is building with you all. We have our ears open Our team is open to hear from what you need. We need to work with the industry. We're helping in this agenda. What you need, we're going to do, and we expect 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll have a foundation prepared so we can quickly answer for the ones that are in need. So we expect to have more qualified professionals. I'm just bringing a second thing here because I have time. It's not in the question, but we're not actually acting only with education. I know you are in shock now. We have institutes of research and development. I'm a doctor, PhD. I work in management. We have a unit here in São Paulo, the technological site. We have advanced manufacturing, AI, technological advances. I have a team of masters and PhD working for the industry, and we work bringing decarbonization through other things. There's a new technology, a new shoe, but it's not completely carbon loaded. Can we do that? Yes, we bring new things, and we also work in this front, bringing comment from the industry is not paying for everything. It's 1/3. We have a unit of sustainable solutions. It's not only about education. We've been all over, and then we'll be here to act and to work in the planet. São Paulo Decarbonization Journey Program. I helped to create this program 2 years ago when we saw the industry needed that. There was the regulated market out there showing the signs there would be change in here. 2 years ago, we responded to the industry. We started to work with them with carbon footprint, international plans. So we are working with the industry so they can answer properly. So you can understand a little better about Senai. And thank you for the opportunity of talking this event. It's such a pity Fabiana cannot be here with us because it would be a complementary perspective on education. This is from the Ministry of Education. We miss you, Fabiana. Later you can check on the recording so you can make contributions to us, including your speech also in the heart of the report here. I think Vanessa brought interesting perspectives on how the industry is seeing things, but also about the planning for the future, what we've been discussing here. What 2 years ago you were thinking about having a course with graduated personnel, but not only that, and you also got a sectorial matter as well. When we're talking long term, and when we talk about this climate transition, we're talking about new sectors as well that will be reinforced. And one of them we know well in WRI is the bioeconomy sector. Rafael is an expert in this team at WRI, and he's been working with a special focus on the Brazilian Amazon. And this is important also to connect to the first panel, the ones that were here in the morning, who were able to be here the whole day. Mirella, in her first talk, she talked about the 5 themes which are priorities for WRI Brazil, and Amazon is one of them. The Amazon concept has many different meanings, but here for us, I want to invite Rafael to tell us a little bit about Bell. Acknowledging the regional diversity of Brazil, especially the Amazon issue, and being one of the main authors of the study New Economy of Amazon, that is getting old. Now we're launching new things are coming. And it shows in the report issues about labor in the Amazonian region. I would like to ask you, Rafa, what is the view on economic prosperity based on bioeconomy? I'm bringing 2 protocols for this answer. I would like to show a slide, and I would also like to talk more about the past. Because everybody mentioned the past here, because we cannot decide the future without looking to the past. This is the realistic truth of life and economy. The economic models are better when we have less past and more future. You cannot support a model for the future without looking to the past. This slide is showing legal Amazon population in the 50s. Next one. This is the population in 2050, 100 years later. What is going to happen to the Amazonian population, legal Amazon in 100 years? First, general population will grow 8 times. But it's interesting that children's population only 2.5 times. In 1950, there was just 2.5 less kids than now, but the amount of people with more than 70 years old will grow 126 times. And population in active age will grow 13 times. So when we talk about labor, we need to think about people. Other interesting data from the past, which will guide us for the future. We had in 1950, 51 people in active age for each people over 70. In 2050, we'll have only 5. We have a social security matter to solve. Now it's 7. We have relevant demographics here. When we think about factors, there are other things which are interesting. The GDP of legal Amazon grew in real terms 77 times, but the per capita GDP only 11. Legal Amazon today is the region of major inequality in Brazil. And from the 50s up to now, 100 million hectares were deforested. But the site inequality, the property inequality, the inequality from the 50s and 2017, the last census is 0.78. So we grew. Amazon was transformed from the biggest tropical mass of the world to the biggest pasture region of the southern hemisphere, and the land inequality is existent. We have some structural problems, which are the ones that are going to help us to think on the future of labor in a situation where you have a giant disparity between GDP and employment. Another interesting information, all of that is compounding the way we think about the future. 56% of the occupations of legal Amazons today are informal ones, but if we go to agriculture, is 80 out of 8 people out of 10 people employed in Amazon are informal labor. And the last thing to compare, and then we can go to the future, which is an interesting thing here, is that in 1950, we had 740,000 jobs in agriculture, 30,000 in industry, and 64,000 in services, 834,000 jobs. Now we have 15 million jobs positions, 1,800,000 in agriculture. Agriculture grew 2.5 in the number of jobs, but in industry it grew 43 times, and in services 161 times. This is a huge difference. Employability in the primary sector, which is agriculture, secondary and tertiary. This is the first thing. Agriculture today, the GDP profile of legal Amazon is that 70% is agriculture. This was the profile in Brazil in the 50s. So we have a huge modernization in Amazon in terms of productivity, but we do not have in employment. So how is it going to be like the employment of the future? First, what are the 2 big challenges for a global economy for this century? Producing with low environmental impact and high social impact. What is low environmental impact? Basically, drastically decrease the emissions, drastically decrease deforestation, and in case of social impact, drastically increase employability and drastically decrease inequality. What are the main occupations inside legal Amazon, but it also fits for other regions that had already this solution for the future? One of them is bioeconomy.
What is bioeconomy today? Within our project on the legal Amazon, we use general models. Some models that are quite sophisticated and show that in 2050 we'll be needing from 15 million jobs today to almost 24 million work positions in 26 years. By deciding for the maintaining the unemployability, especially in the agricultural and livestock sector. Because nowadays we have vast Amazonian regions and also in the Cerrado with agricultural and livestock activities with few nature, not a lot of nature and not a lot of people, because they do not have people working for their activities anymore. But inside the bioeconomy is precisely the opposite, because bioeconomy is basically an economic activity that only works if it maintains biodiversity and people. Because if you put the machines in the forest, you don't have the forest anymore. In terms of generation of work for the Amazon in 2050, which is approximately 840,000 work positions, is basically services, which are primarily labor-intensive services. Secondly, services that depend on knowledge and association between knowledge, traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge for the development of new products, which employ people historically who were left by the wayside in the Brazilian historical process of development, and who are providing essential services for the rest of the economy. So what the forest economy and bioeconomy certainly are not the salvation that we need. We calculated that bioeconomy's GDP nowadays is close to 13 billion and will reach 40 billion, which means 3% of the Amazonian economy. So it's not a magical wand, but it brings two essentially fundamental things. One of them, a number of jobs which are a lot higher, and there's a big challenge because 35 million in the legal Amazon region, and the difference will be thrice the total number of work in the state of Rhode Island nowadays. So it's really significant. But there's another aspect. Basically, all the primary production in Brazil, especially agricultural and livestock activities, depend on ecosystemic services. So employability in the Amazon that makes a distinction is a scope economy, which is bioproducts, and then a scale economy, which is the maintenance of ecosystem services. Everybody knows that Brazil is one of the largest producers and exporters of commodities, but few know that 90% of this production depends on the rainfall. We do not have irrigated systems that would be enough to produce this. We will not have that in the future either. So this is the link between this large-scale economy, which is produced in the Amazon and distributed to other biomes and sectors. So to conclude, we have a challenge ahead, which is quite important, namely to bring added value, which is ultra relevant because Brazil has a long-term problem, which is not only the Amazon from the recent 20 years, which is Brazil has been substituting investment by exports. So those that maintain the Brazilian growth is exports. Exports means that I depend on foreign savings this is low added product, low added value. So the challenge is to have this industrialization, but industrialization and the capacity to add value with people. Otherwise, we would have an army of unemployed people. And if we maintain this trajectory, the 80% or 60% of informal people who are more or less 10 million people will turn into 20 million in 25 years. So these are issues connected to an intensive labor and local knowledge. Thank you, Rafael. I think we do have these rich contributions by 4 members of our panel who brought different perspectives on how to accelerate decarbonation, to strengthen adaptation, and how we can look at this transformation in a more inclusive and just way. I'd like to invite Maria to bring some of the questions to our panel members. Well, we will change the procedure if you allow me. We will take the opportunity that we have a dialogue and not have a specific session on this panel because we would like to use 15 minutes to hear you and your considerations on these presentations. But to understand, after this entire day, we threaded this path through decarbonization, adaptation, productive sectors. What's itching in us when we look at a long-term strategy? What would we like to bring to this cycle? So I'd like to humbly invite our panel members to join the general audience and also to be open for new considerations. Please give them a round of applause so that we could enjoy and use the time that we have left before our cocktail reception to hear you. But since I know that we started seeing, well, this may be a crazy thing, I'll have a little sign. I have a time. So we'll have 3 minutes for each participant. So we can have ideas on how this reverberates in you. How do we dialogue and design today together in LTS for Brazil? Anybody like to begin? Stella, thank you. Stella Vivona Imbaki. Maria, I really like this idea, but since I have this final roundtable and the dialogues with everything that has been said, in the long run, I see that we have strongly nowadays, and it was said in this final panel and before, critical minerals, data centers. Why am I speaking about these 2 examples? Added value as data centers, because we don't have added value. We have many networks who will be storing the information and using a lot of water. I think there is a lack of a specific policy for developing this without maintaining the inequalities that we know. Since we're looking at the future, we need to have just energy transition. So how will we address this specific topic? Why critical minerals? Because added value, right? We will continue in the history of Brazilians a pseudo-vision, colonialist vision, which we will keep exporting our raw materials with, as it happened with silicium, we sell it for $1.50 to China and buy it back for $50 for a solar panel. Where's added value in Brazil, right? Energy transition, where's capacity building? Maybe the Senai, which was really interesting, but the Senai representatives were, because they have been building capacity to these long-term ends, and how we will bring just transition in this context, since we are debating now the national policy for critical minerals after having, so to speak, sold them for 15 years. So this is just to bring these broad strokes on what I could see for these topics together. Thank you, Stella. Anybody else would like to volunteer and speak a little bit of what you're reflecting on? Well, will I use the 3 minutes? I'm just kidding. Well, I'd like to add here. Now, by interpreting what we had dialogue in terms of LTS perspectives and speaking about what my panel discussed, but we think we need to have an LTS which continues, for instance, to encourage investment in data collection, for instance. We spoke a lot about improving climate models. We have this AI trend, and we need data to train these models to attain the adequate representativeness. And when I say it, since Giovanni spoke about meteorological stations, which Brazil has never been able to comply with in territorial terms, and this in AI wave, we need to continue investing in that. In addition to the data that Mariana spoke about the territories, so tools to monitor progress of the goals that are being implemented, we will need this data collection, and I think this strategy in order to, so we may be able to track it as we have done in the SOCA. We will need to count on an active system of monitoring, report, and verification that's able to assess whether we're able to implement the strategy or if we need to recalculate our route and improve the way in which we are looking at this implementation. So I think this is a topic I'd like to highlight, and I'll leave more time for our colleagues, of course, so they can share more with us. Thank you, Evelyn. Anybody else? We still have 92 online participants. 190 was our peak, and now 57. Is that correct? So a high level of audience, and I happily ask you to stay with us. And if you have other questions and remarks, please send them through the chat box because our colleagues are there reading your contributions. And we have a compilation of everything that we saw in the chat and everything that we received through the QR code contributions with this cross-sectional outlook for critical factors, which we will be presenting shortly. But I still would like to hear you. Camila? I am Camila Jardim, expert in international policy at the Greenpeace Brazil. I'd like to thank you for this event and say, well, I will be speaking forever if you don't count my time, okay? A topic I'd like to address is not to lose sight of the issue, of the urgency issue. I was speaking with Professor Carolina from UFRJ in the last coffee break. I think, well, a long-term plan is not ceteris paribus, the continuation of what's taking place now. It cannot be, and we need to bring climate science together with the economists, energy experts, because the urgency of the climate crisis is not yet mainstreamed into the economic bodies and to the analysis of what we want to attain in energy terms. Brazil is now projecting an increase in its dependency on fossil fuels until 2035 instead of a reduction, and this is unacceptable. We're in a situation in which there is a lifeline and a deathline, and we're not bringing in the sense of urgency to our dialogue. So I'd like to, and our roadmap to the end of fossil fuels is not only the sum total of climate change and climate change, it is a systemic and structural change of how we look at our economy, and this transition will cause many costs to our society, but non-transition will produce a lot more costs because it will take place with negative impacts, first of all on vulnerable communities, but in the end of the day, above all, and the social costs need to be distributed in a just way. And we're not doing it in a coordinated way. This is a hard exercise. Nobody has done it. It is a civilizational challenge. And we're not holding this debate at the national level with the necessary attention, the necessary urgency. It's almost a level of despair because we're not sufficiently aware of the size of the crisis ahead of us. We're trying to ensure that the economy is stable, that people have income and work, but this is basic, of course, but we're speaking about the collapse of other structures, including job, work, health, education, household. So this is the idea of infusing urgency into it. I see some people who smiled at your contribution. Anybody else? Clara? Stella, thank you for your remarks. I'd like to clarify one point. I don't know if I said it sufficiently clear, because I was mentioning so many things. But I spoke about processing of critical minerals, okay? Because the key is processing. They're processing. Only exporting ore goes against everything that I said, okay? And the added value dimension, of course, yes. This is an important point. Lillian. Anybody else? Well, I notice how the urgency is really pressing that in such way that thinking about the long run is quite challenging. And not to exempt ourselves from such urgency, but to express it and bring this outlook. It's really hard when the present is so pressing. But I'd like to hear additional voices. We were so provoked today with so many analysis and different types of information. Anybody else? Who else is feeling this itch to share something?
Can we move to the next one? You want to move first with the cocktail, right? Want some drinks, right? Karen, can I call you to look to this compilation? We got a result from the QR code responses with all the comments that came in the chat. We got to an AI agent with all the context of this event, all the talks, and we asked it to put leverages and critical factors. This is a condensated result. We'll have a less condensated one that will be in the final report, but just to make this context in the end. If you can please put on screen. Next one, please. That's it. Now it's on you. I didn't see you. I couldn't see this previously. But just put it into context because the leverage is the critical issues and scenario. This 2050 project works with scenario methodology so we can understand the leverages, the assumptions, and the critical issues for the surviving point in 2050. It's not a finish line, it's a path. This is the exercise we did today in interlock to the dialogue. We are closing the second national dialogue today. We also have a practice community and base research happening on that. The idea is reproduce the subsidized base on the dialogue, society, particle community, and also with the best scientific evidence available for subsidize the LPS information. This is a step of a big web of methodology we're doing. And it's interesting, we have this sectorial zeal And we close the day having discussed about the use of land, energy transition, transportation, mobility, the necessary governance, and also the state installed capabilities for all of that, and dimension of transformation, social inclusion, and fighting inequality, which are not simple challenges. I think here we can methodologically frame this language of scenarios, methodologies, and to make this work richer. And I think the takeaway message here in this exercise of the dialogue and observing this process, there's a courage demanded, looking to this amount of critical points and challenges, and proposing yourselves to build this trajectory for each one of them, and having this opportunity of being here with you today, having this rich and honest discussion with so many experts we had here today. It's a privilege to all of us. First of all, I would like to thank you for your time, your contributions, Flora, the WRI team that created this event, leading this project, and tell you that we will also share with this results with you all. We'll have a systematization as well as the other moments we have in the project's methodology. And for sure, having another meeting and debates moment, making all of this to be transformative, to transform into a long-term strategy Brazil needs. We didn't reach that point yet. The year is not over, and we need this as ready. This is the campaign that moves us up to the end of 2026. Thank you so much. Can I close it? Maria has always a new thing to say. Thank you. Just the next slide, please. I would like to invite you to access the QR code form one last time, where we can assess the event, we can say the highlights, what we can improve, and we've now served our cocktail. Please give us your assessment. And the last word is up to you, Karina. Thank you so much. Let's go for it. Thank you.